You just got home from school. Apparently Southern Illinois forgot that it's in Illinois. They decided to cancel school yesterday for today when it was 5 o'clock and 50 degrees. And I wish I had an outside camera that I could show you. There's maybe a 1/16 of an inch of snow on the ground. Like, there's maybe a 1/16 of an inch. And it was funny because the school district was all panicking because they're like, well, we're going to send all the kids home with their Chromebooks in case they have to miss Thursday and Friday as well. If that's going to be the case, we'll take Wednesday off, and then teachers will use that as a prep for Thursday and Friday. And I want to just say, like, that's not the point. The point of having remote learning is that your teachers are ready to go instantly with remote learning. Like, the point is you send the kids home with their Chromebooks on Tuesday, and then Wednesday they're good to go. The other stupid thing is my kid threw up at school yesterday. Now I get the 17th time this year for one of my kids. I get the like 7-page thing. Your kid must quarantine for 5 days. Your kid needs a COVID test if your kid wants to come back sooner. After 5 days, your kid could, and this is the dumbest thing. After 5 days, your kid can return to school, but at lunchtime, they will be socially isolated in order to get to the 10-day mark. So hold on a second. You believe that the kid can come to school, but then for lunchtime, the most important part of the day for socialization, the kid has to be ostracized for 5 days. It's like, do you fucking people actually think like through your fucking policies? Because I don't think they think them through. With that said, drop down here. Yeah, I gotta figure out a better way to do this. I gotta figure out a better way to do this. I did fix the mic. I fixed the mic issues. I figured out what that problem was. So we got that taken care of. We're doing little Stream Raiders campaigns today. I used to drive to school in snowstorms. My kids' school starts later, cancels if the roads are even mildly slick now. Yeah. It's all theater and liability avoidance. That's exactly what it is, man. That's exactly what it is. It's all about we no longer care about the school system. We no longer care about teaching kids. We care about covering our own ass. I don't know why people panic for snow. We don't even have snow days where they cancel school for snow. All I'm scared of is ice. Hurts so much more to slip and fall. Well, so you got to remember something. It's for my European brethren out there. The U.S., like where I'm at, there are kids that are technically in this school district that are 40 or 50 miles away from the school. So those kids are on the bus like 70 minutes in the morning and 70 minutes in the afternoon. The bus kids. The problem is it's not necessarily snow, but with snow comes cold. And the problem with buses don't like to start when it's cold. Well, the local bus yard has, I think they said 210 buses, and they need 185 of them on any given morning for all the school districts that they do in this local area. Because the local school districts don't have their own buses. All their buses are run by a centralized bus company. So I think they said they have 210 buses and they need 185 on any given morning. Well, there's been days that school has been canceled because you'll get a phone call that says, due to a problem with the busing, the school is canceled. Now, what I said was, why is school canceled for everybody? And now we have a day at the end of the year. What if those kids just get to school a little bit later? Like, you know, and I said to the busing company, because logistics, I happen to be a logistician from the military. I said, why don't you get the buses rolling for the farthest kids out and in, and then, you know, have a program where the closest buses do 2 routes. Oh no, we can't do that. Union won't allow that. Can't do that. Can't do that. I was like, oh, So it's not about what's best for the kids anymore. It's about what's best for the union. Oh, okay. I get it. I moved down south from up north, and I have friends down here that literally buy bread and milk each and every time they announce literally a dusting of snow. Drives me insane. Yeah, but I mean, I was in Alabama for training once, and we called it Snowmageddon. They got 4 inches of snow in Alabama, and the military base closed down for 4 days because, again, the teachers, the instructors for the school, the development university, were 30, 40, 50 miles away, and there's no snow removal equipment. Like, they literally, where I was in Ohio, actually, in where I lived in Ohio, they had class 1, class 2, and class 3 blizzards. And every time I'd wake up in the morning, it was a class 1 blizzard day. There was no school, but then I couldn't go to work because literally while it's in class 1, the only military people allowed to drive to the base are mission essential. Well, my boss got mad, and my boss is like, well, you need to have your laptop with you every day. I said, I can't have my laptop with me every day because my laptop has to stay on the network on certain days to get the security patches. All my military people know what I'm talking about. There's like a day your computer has to be there on Tuesdays if Tuesday is the security patch day, because if you don't have your laptop there on Tuesday and you miss the patch, then your computer's going to get remotely locked out anyway. And then you're going to have to take your computer to the comm people so that they can manually update you. Well, my boss was like, well, you're mission essential. I was like, I am essential to your mission out in Virginia, but I am not essential to the mission here in Ohio. And my boss got mad. My boss was like, well, you need to have 2 laptops or something. I don't know what we need to do, but we need to figure out a way to fix this. It's like, okay. Blame the crazy state I live in. We once got a week off for school canceled because it was raining so much. I will say 46 Nation back in the 80s and the early 90s. The latchkey kids could show up to school late, but you better have shown up to school. You had to call. But if you were one of the latchkey kids, if you were one of the walkers, and there was really torrential downpour rain, you could just call the office and say, hi, it's Jay. And they'll be like, yeah, we assume you're going to be late. Be like, yeah, I'm going to come in when it stops raining. But that was back in the 80s and the 90s where educators had sense. And then, because, upper grades started to get more important, some of us just made the smart decision. I brought a uniform in. I went to a Catholic grade school, so we wore a uniform. I just hung a uniform in my locker. So I just run to school, uniform, pants, underwear, shirt, t-shirt, socks, second pair of shoes, and a towel. I just put all that in my locker. Then if there was a really bad rain day, I would just run to the building soaking wet, and they'd be like, come on in. I'd go get changed and be like, yep, gotta go to school. Because it's like, that's the lesson they teach you, what they used to teach you in the 80s and the 90s. Figure it out, problem solve. Now people show up to work late and they're like, okay, here's your write-up. And they're like, what do you mean I'm getting written up? Man, you're an adult, figure it out. There's barely any snow removal equipment and so many trees hang over power lines. We lose power quite easily, but it counteracts that compared to up north. Everyone up there had cars. Well, everyone here has trucks, SUVs with higher clearance and traction, so better equipped to drive. Actually, did you know that's not true? That is actually untrue. A pickup truck does not have better traction. A pickup truck is one of the worst things you could be driving in the snow. You'll know the people who know about pickup trucks in the winter. Look at the people's pickup trucks. Is the bed empty? They don't understand their truck. Do they have, do they have sandbags or do they have stuff in the bed of their truck? Then their truck has better, then their truck is good. But I see more often than not, sandbags near wheel wells. Yeah, exactly. You got to have sandbags near the wheel wells to, otherwise a truck is actually, don't think a pickup truck is going to serve you well in a snowstorm unless it's taken care of. Like SUVs, yes, absolutely. I love my crossover. It's not quite an SUV. It's not quite a minivan. Or a lot of booze keep you warm. Yeah, don't do that either. People that think that drinking is good when you're cold, that's not good. That is not good at all. So, but no. So my daughter's home today. Well, my daughter would have been home one way or the other. She needs to go for a COVID test. It's so ridiculous, man. It's so ridiculous. And then, you know, I got kind of banished from the school. I'm not allowed to ask any questions. I said, why don't you have your packets ready 2 weeks in advance? And that because the last time my daughter missed a day of school due to needing a COVID test, it took us 3 days to get the results, because this is the bullshit. Even my daughter's pediatrician has called this school district multiple times. Like, they tried to say that there's no alternative diagnosis anymore. And my older daughter has migraines. She's under the care of doctors for her migraines. Well, headaches are a sign of COVID. Headaches are a sign of like everything. So my daughter gets just migraines. Well, she got a migraine. We called her in for a migraine, and then the nurse is like, well, she's going to need a COVID test. We called our pediatrician's office, and we know the pediatrician. We served under him. He was a military officer when my wife and I were both medical. He personally called the school nurse and said, I don't need to see my patient to tell you my patient has a migraine. My patient has migraine medication. The school nurse said, well, you're going to need a COVID test. And the pediatrician said, your school district is filling up every one of my acute points. I've had to change how I do business to get these kids back in school. I don't have enough rapid COVID tests. The nurse is like, well, I don't know what to tell you. My doctor wrote a note. COVID testing is negative. COVID test isn't negative. COVID testing is negative. Sent it back. It's like, man, these school nurses and these school districts writing these bullshit policies, man, I don't understand. The school district wants to run around and be Gestapo about you need to have a COVID test or you can't come back for 5 days. But when I stand there and I look at and I have to go into the school, I look at the kids and the kids have their masks. Like, you're going to tell me that you're going to be enforcing all things COVID, but then the kids are running around with their masks like this. Well, if the kid's got his mask on like this, the kid's not actually wearing a mask. It's all fucking ridiculous. I got teachers wearing those flimsy masks with the clear. I appreciate the clear piece of the mask so kids can see the mouth moving. But then the teachers are wearing the masks that have the gap about this big on the side of their face. I'm going to delete your comment because you're wrong, and don't even start. If you're wearing a mask properly, your mask protects you. Again, you're wrong. You are 100% incorrect. So if you're wearing a mask correctly, the mask is doing its job. So you're just gonna get that because you're factually incorrect. Again, you are fucking correct. So stop. Wearing a mask is mutually beneficial. So stop. If you're gonna go, we're not having this discussion, okay? We're not having this discussion. I'm not saying it's bad. No, you did say it was bad. You were factually incorrect. I shut you down 3 times. You're done. You? Okay. That's 4. Stop. Or you're gone. You're done. You need to fucking stop. Because you started off wrong. You got both feet in wrong. You want to be wrong. Okay? You want to be wrong and you want to keep talking. You need to stop. Okay? You can argue how effective it is, but not that it isn't effective. Exactly. You can't say it's not effective. You can argue the level of efficacy. You can argue the level of efficacy, but you can't make a blanket statement that they're not effective. Okay? Period. You cannot do that. I have been around COVID exposed people. I have been around people with COVID. I've had to be around people with COVID. They're called my children. She's called my wife. I have been in the house. I have been in a closed environment with COVID patients, wearing my mask. Didn't get COVID. Don't tell me it's not effective. Okay? Don't. You want to argue the level of efficacy? We can do that. But you make a blanket statement, I'm going to shut you down. You keep trying to be wrong, I'm going to shut you down. Vaccination for COVID is reducing your chances to end up in a hospital. While the only way to prevent contamination altogether is to respect barrier gestures. Yes, exactly. I also want to remind people, those of you that don't know this, those of you that get your news from the left or the right or the mainstream media or Fox or from Fox or from CNN, let me tell you this. The vaccine is not designed to make you immune. The vaccine is designed so that your immune system has a head start in fighting it. Okay? You are basically saying, I'm taking the vaccine so I don't end up in the ICU on a ventilator. I'm taking the vaccine so my likelihood of death is reduced. People are like, well, I got the vaccine and I still got COVID. Yes, that's how that works. Okay? That's how that works. As long as you read the box for the mask on how many breaths a mask is actually good for, you're good. That's true. Vaccines is a list of to-dos for to when you get attacked. Still means your body needs to do the tasks. Yes. The flu vaccine is a little bit of a different deal. And that's a good talking point. I will say this. A lot of people are confused about the flu and they're like, I got the flu vaccine and I still got the flu. That's because the doctor's putting together the flu vaccine. They're kind of playing roulette. They're kind of playing a game of chance. They say, which strains of the flu do we believe are going to be the predominant ones this year? If you ever follow up on the flu vaccine, you'll see the doctors, you'll see the organizations that make the decision of what strains go, because they can't inoculate you against every strain of the flu. There's just too many. So you'll see them sometimes, and this year the flu vaccine is really, really effective because the strains of the flu that took hold that year are the ones we inoculated people against. Other years you'll see them outright say, it's strain number 1, 2, 3, 4. We didn't inoculate you against it, and yeah, no, we fucked up. Our bad. Same, got 3 shots and still got COVID because my 3-year-old got it at school and could not refuse him hugs and close care. My hubby and older girl kept their masks and never got it. Yeah, exactly. I mean, that is what it is. So with that said, I do think the point is the only way to prevent contamination is respect other barrier gestures, masks, hand washing, distancing, that's how you stop the numbers. Now, the point is, can you go to a party wearing a mask? Yes. Should you be at a party? No. The issue isn't whether or not you should wear a mask at the party. The issue is whether or not you should even be there. Now, somebody will look at me and say, Jay, you're a hypocrite. You went to Universal and you went to Disney. You went to Disney twice, or you went to Disney once and Universal twice while COVID was happening. Yes, I did. Well, why'd you do that? Because if you remember the movie The Day After Tomorrow, the economy is every bit as fragile as the environment. The economy is every bit as fragile as the healthcare crisis we're facing. I don't think people understand that if we kept movie theaters closed and we kept amusement parks closed and restaurants closed and bars closed and nightclubs closed and sporting events closed, appreciate the follow, you would eventually reach a critical mass in your economy where, because people are like, oh, well, it's just restaurants, but it's not just restaurants. Not only is it not just restaurants, it's the people who supply restaurant quality food, restaurant packaged food, restaurant prepped food. It's the people who service restaurant equipment. It's all the people who work at the restaurants. It's the corporations that have the Texas Longhorn or the Texas Roadhouse or Longhorn or Chili's or Applebee's or 54th Street or Cracker Barrel, or all the restaurants have corporations. If those restaurants close, all those people lose their jobs. People are like, well, safety first. Well, I agree, but it's one of those, yeah, we survived the battle and now our economy's collapsed. Another question is the government reaction to how preventing it spreading at schools. In France, they stopped closing classes at one case. Now we have a new case every week. Doing nose swaps every 2 to 3 days to 3-year-olds ain't fun. Yeah, like I said, our bullshit response, because nobody wants to actually make sense about it, is we know that you should isolate for 10 days. But we know that we can't keep putting kids out of school for 10 days or teachers out of work for 10 days or doctors out of work for 10 days. The trick to it is that we say 5 days so people can get back to work, but the truth is people should be isolated for 10 days. People should actually be isolated for 14 days, but there's no way we can handle that. I just use my mask and wash my hands. Yeah, exactly. I do that too, but I wouldn't go to a crammed house party and expect not to be at risk. But the thing is, you're at risk at a crammed house party for a lot of things. You're at risk of falling on a broken bottle. You're at risk for, getting stabbed with a dirty needle. You're at risk of, a fight happening. I mean, there's lots of things that you're at risk for. This will end up just like we handled the flu. No, there's not an Ashes of Creation topic today. We're just kind of getting started on the Wednesday show. This will end up like we handle the normal flu. The trick to it is, grumpy old man, I am not saying anything about the whatever it is, the 800 some odd thousand people who've died, but the 800 some odd thousand people that die, a lot of those numbers, just so you guys know, are bullshit numbers. I want people to realize that there's bullshit numbers involved there. There's actually one person got hit by a car while they had COVID and they died. They got counted as a COVID death. Person had COVID and got shot and died. They got counted as a COVID death. A person had terminal cancer. The person was, and it's a travesty, but it's the way the idiocy in numbers reporting happened. Person had terminal cancer, was on their days left to live count, contracted COVID and died, and they got counted as a COVID death. Now, I get it that one's a little bit closer to like maybe but the person had terminal cancer and was going to die anyway. It's not like if they had survived the COVID, they would have survived. Do I have a source you can look into? Unfortunately, the sources that I have, you won't be able to get into because you'll need a username and you'll need a login and username. I can't pull documents and show them out of that particular database because they're government studies that is like an academic non-attribution. So the papers haven't been peer reviewed yet, so I can't peer share them. The COVID problem gets compounded by the people problem, but the people problem is everywhere, yes. COVID's alarming itself Oh, COVID's arming itself now. If I can't kill you, my gun will. Yeah, I could be wrong, but from what I read, what's dangerous about COVID isn't the lethality, but how infectious it is and the long-term damages from it. No, what's dangerous about COVID is, number one, the infection rate, but that's not the dangerous part about COVID-19. The dangerous part is COVID-19 is the related cousin to SARS and MERS. The benefit of SARS and MERS is that SARS and MERS are not as contagious as COVID-19. Okay? SARS and MERS are 40 and 50% lethal with medical care, meaning you get stricken with SARS or MERS and you don't have access to immediate ICU level care, you're probably dead, but it's not very contagious. The concern is what happens if we get something 20% lethal as contagious as COVID. What every government around the world is learning is they can't they can't handle 4% of their population getting sick. What are you going to do when 40% of your population gets sick? And then comes all the people afraid of going to the hospital for other problems and care pushback like surgeries. Well, on that topic, that's another thing that people are starting to figure out about healthcare. In America, people with insurance go and get superfluous healthcare all the time. People in Europe who have free healthcare, they know that if they want it, they got to get on the list to wait, and so they go and they get it. I'm not sold on this particular set of vaccines reducing symptoms as opposed to not getting them. The vaccinated people around here and the unvaccinated people didn't have any noticeable differences in how sick they got. Soda, you can't even remotely begin. That's anecdotal evidence at best. That's anecdotal observational evidence, unless you did empirical data gathering. The people around here didn't have any noticeable difference in how sick they got. You don't know that because you don't know. You'd have to be at the hospital. The only place you can gather data on how sick somebody got is being at the hospital and seeing the people on ventilators and saying, did that person have the vaccine? Did that person have the vaccine? Did that person have the vaccine? What they're finding out is that the predominant number of people that are now on ventilators from COVID-19 are people who didn't get vaccinated. The problem with ventilators, is ventilators are tourniquets. If you guys didn't know this, ventilators are tourniquets. You don't want to have a tourniquet applied, okay? You don't want to have a tourniquet applied because you save the life by compromising the arm, right? You save the life by compromising the arm. Wasn't you saying the masks weren't effective because you didn't get sick when living with someone? Also anecdotal? Well, of course, everyone's personal experience is anecdotal, but the problem is that Soda's not even getting to real anecdotal evidence because Soda's not at the hospital doing observations. The level of symptoms around you, how do you quantify the level of sickness? Just to say people didn't get as sick around me. What does as sick mean? Do you have temperatures? Do you have respiration rates? Do you have heart rates? You can't make a statement like as sick. I know for a fact I did not contract it. That is a yes, no. Did I contract it? No, I did not. Only one person around here was on a ventilator. He was high risk from the start though. Oh, well then you're in, if only you only had one person on a ventilator, you're in such a small population anyway. First shot had me out 2 days and the second shot fucked me up for 4. Yeah, man, my second shot made me like almost dead. Okay, I didn't know you were up already. Good morning. Sorry about that. My cat's out there My cat's out there screaming for my daughter. Did we lose? We lost? Oh my God. His first map. So I'm trying to figure out how we lost a 1-star map and now we're just stuck. It's okay. So I was sicker than I've ever been in my life for 3 days after the second shot. Yeah, the second shot, man. The first shot didn't do anything to me. The second shot, I was fixing to go up to the pharmacy and hit a pharmacist with a fucking manual and ask them what they stabbed me with. I had a fever and I had the chills so bad, I actually had to go and get my back adjusted after the chills. I was in such a ball of pain. I was like, this is ridiculous. This is crazy. Speaking of crazy, this is crazy nuts right here. We failed a 1-star right off the bat. That was a good time. Let's see what's going on. Oh, I gotta sign in again. Why do I always gotta sign in? What are you doing with these forums? Anything good on the forums? First 30-minute segment being about COVID and stupidity. So, what? So, hope you're doing well. I'm doing amazing. Funny thing is, the non-vaccinated people are not allowed into most stuff like cafes, but the cases are still rising. The government keeps pointing at the non-vaccinated. Well, because the problem is, Shield, and I'll tell you the answer to that. There's no penalty for lying, and nor should there be. See, the problem is we never designed our laws to figure out. We never figured out our laws for how we were going to handle an epidemic that you don't have visible symptoms. If somebody says to me, "Are you vaccinated?" Yeah. Can I see proof of vaccination? No. My HIPAA rights. Well, sure. You can see my vaccination status as soon as you show me your HIPAA certification. And that's where we get the rub. Now, if a private organization wants to tell me I can't walk into their restaurant, that's their right to do. But at the same time, if you ask me for medical documentation, you have to have, you have to be HIPAA trained. And people are like, "Oh, that's only the storage of records." You have a memory, don't you? You don't need to know that information about me. That's why a lot of the places it's the honor system. A lot of places are on the honor system. So, yeah, show me how you're going to protect my data. Exactly. And then show me how you're going to confirm it. So I print a fake vaccine card. How are you going to know it? Private companies ask for such proof. Yeah. Isn't that a bit intrusive? No, it's not. It's not intrusive at all. You want to come into my bar? I want to see your vaccination card. You don't want to show me your vaccination card? You have that right. I also have the right to deny you service. What sort of encryption is your brain running to keep my data safe? It's more along the line of, have you gone through the training to know that you're not allowed to share that information? I show you my card, and then later on you say, "Yeah, Jay was here earlier and I saw his vaccination card." Boom, HIPAA violation. You just violated my privacy. That's the piece of it. It's the training to know no matter what you find out, you can't share it. Like, for example, Give you the good example. My ex-wife, I don't have one, but like my ex-wife works at a medical clinic, and my new girlfriend goes to that medical clinic to get an STD test done, and she comes up positive. As much as my ex-wife may want to call me to let me know, she can't, because HIPAA laws say my ex-wife can't tell me. It's just how it works. So that's what you end up that's what you end up teaching medical people, but the average person's not going to know that. With that said, I think there needs to be more I think there needs to be more viruses in video games so that we can teach people how to handle them. That we definitely, absolutely, positively need to have more of the blood curses from WoW, so that people can figure out how to handle them. We need more training. I had a friend that said that falls under discrimination if you deny them because they're not vaccinated. I thought that was really stupid. Well, that's the problem. People forget that business. I want to just move it away from COVID into just general business. I reserve the right is posted at all the establishments. Management reserves the right. ... And people are like, what does management reserve the right to? Yes. Well, what? I reserve the right to everything, to throw you out. No shirt, no shoes. Yeah, no shirt, no shoes, no service. That's discrimination. People will say, and then people will say, well, it's hygiene. Okay, so I can wear flip-flops, and those are supposedly hygienic. No. It's just like when you go to a high-end steakhouse that has a jacket and tie requirement, and it's a jacket and tie requirement. It's not discrimination. That's the price of entry. It's my religion to not wear shoes. It very well could be, but it's my establishment. I don't have to let you in. A lot of people forget that what you see in the media right off the bat, a lot of it is just bullshit sensationalism. The people that don't want to make gay cakes. My question is not, should the baker be forced to make a wedding cake for a gay couple? My question is, why does a gay couple want to give business to a baker who doesn't like them? The law of capitalism. If this baker goes out of their way to say they will not make wedding cakes for gay couples, then why doesn't an enterprising entrepreneur open up a bakery that says, we will make wedding cakes for everyone, including gay couples? That's what I don't understand. I appreciate the Prime sub. That's what I don't understand. Why are we so busy trying to take away people's rights to be an asshole? Just open up a competitor and put them out of business. Right? It's like the establishments that tell you that you can't breastfeed in their establishment. Okay? We spend all this time, effort, energy. It's a private establishment, right? It's a private establishment. Why don't you just not go there? Why don't you, like, if my wife had another baby and she whipped out a titty to feed the baby at the table and they said, this is unacceptable, just gonna look at them and say, fine, we'll leave. You gonna comp the meal? You gonna comp the meal? No? Oh, well then we're staying. Because outrage is profitable, at least gets them 15 minutes of fame. Yes, exactly. Gay or not, it's your wedding. Why would anyone give business to someone with a shitty attitude? Exactly. Exactly. Let's see. Is Core Bunk a new style or category for gaming? Well, isn't Core Punk a new game? But no, the style is, I like top hats. I like top hats and I like steampunk. So I was like, you know what? We're changing our style. So, you know what, guys? There's a good one over on the forums I want to take a look at. So, like, I want to start with, I'm probably going to offend some people. I'm probably going to offend this OP. So I watched the January stream and it was nice and groovy until we got to the point, armor will be part of the silhouette and threat assessment. I mean, that sounds amazing and it should be, except it's bullshit. Cosmetics will fuck this up. Last time I voiced my concern, I've been told we will get some sort of indicator what armor type our enemy is wearing under his wedding dress cosmetic. Yeah, I know, dog shit and unimmersive. Did this change? I would love if it did, but I can imagine Cosmetic Andy's going mental if it did. Okay, so... No. But what if the restaurant had a no shirt, no shoes, no service sign? Would you still be entitled to the meal comp? No, because you never had the right to come in for service to begin with. You didn't have the right to come in at all for service. You shouldn't have opened the door. Yes, I know, it's stream elements. Chillax. You used a word and it didn't want you to use it that way. Would a good middle ground getting the meal, getting boxed, but having to leave the establishment? No, you came in with a shirt, but then you removed it. Then you get thrown out. I mean, it's that simple. You wouldn't get your food comped. You broke an agreement. Now, yes, if I'm going to throw you out, most places will throw you out and box your food so they can bill you for it. Actually, what a lot of places will do is they'll wait, they'll tell you need to leave, and then you'll walk out. You can't. What you've done here is you've said, I'm going to talk to this policy, and now I want to jump over to this policy. That's not what you did. Okay? You said, what if they had a no shirt, no shoes, no service sign? Yeah, you can't be jumping around. The breastfeeding thing is a national right for women to do. Different thing. So yeah, if they came along, I would say to them, if they were like, you can't breastfeed at the table, fine, you're gonna comp our meal because we're leaving. If we have to leave, if you told us to leave, we're gonna leave. Are you telling me I have to leave? Yes. Okay, I'm gonna leave. You didn't pay for your meal. You're right, I didn't, because I didn't finish my dining experience. You asked me to leave, so I left. See what I'm saying? Provide a room for... Well, actually, Grumpy Old Man, the problem that's coming up with that is the current line of thought is providing a room or location to allow it. Really quick, what they have to do is just change the law that women can't have their breasts out in public, and then there won't be a problem. Then it won't be a problem. Anyway, getting back to Ashes. I want to get on Ashes. Last time I voiced my concern, I've been told that we will get some sort of indicator what type the enemy is wearing. Did this change? I would love if it did. No, what? First of all, I can't even figure out what the person's problem here is. I watched the January stream and it was all nice and groovy until we got to the point, armor will be pointed to silhouette. I mean, that sounds amazing and it should be, except it's bullshit, right? Last time I voiced my concerns, I've been told we will get some sort of indicator what armor type our enemy is wearing. Seeing this right here is why nobody's going to take him serious. Under his wedding dress cosmetic. Yes, I know, dog shit and unimmersive. Did this change? I would love if it did. I'm interested. I interpret it as we can actually tell what the armor set on the player is by silhouette or a label that pops up with a mouse over. No, that's not what it is. I felt a little comfortable when he said that. I don't think anyone has changed for the indicators. I believe he was just trying to talk up that armor. It will likely be in-game achievable cosmetics, but nobody mentioned pay to win. There's going to be some uncertainty about how powerful another player is going to be, but I guess cosmetics are going to play... No, they're not. How much bad information is there? my god. Every character will have an icon on them. Status bar. On them. Similar to a buff. Debuff. That will indicate their armor type and tier. Armor type. Plate, leather, cloth. And tier. Or uncommon, common, epic, legendary, etc. I don't know why. Passive aggressive, a full body cosmetic issue, not the armor type display issue. Yeah, so I don't know why. Like, you guys know what I say all the time is most people want to be little bitches. Is what they want to be. And I'm not talking about women. I'm talking about little bitches who just sit there and whine at you. They want to be little bitches about, I don't like this, I don't like this, I don't like this, I don't like this. I can't even understand the OP's problem. Last time I voiced my concern, I've been told that we will get some sort of indicator. Did this change? No. I would love if it did. So why would you love if it changed? Like, this person, I don't even think this person understands what their own complaint is. Last time I voiced a concern, I've been told that we will get an indicator. Did this change? No, it didn't change. You're going to get an indicator. I would love if it did. Okay, I would love if it changed. To what? But I can imagine Cosmetic Andy's going mental. See, this person is just fucking disrespectful to begin with, right? Yeah, speaking of immersion, can't people just wear armor under a dress? Yes. It seems like they're worried about cosmetics disguising what armor type another character is wearing, and it will. That is a normally small or large cosmetic, it will make the character easier or harder to hit. So first of all, yes, you can put any full body cosmetic over any armor set. Your full body cosmetic will change your whole appearance. So you can have plate armor on, but this costume on. The thing is that you're going to have a little icon on your status bar that'll say you're wearing epic grade plate. And so when people say to me, well, my visual experience is ruined because I can't tell what armor the person is wearing at a glimpse, I say, well, that's cool and all, but in Ashes of Creation, you wouldn't be able to tell what armor they're wearing anyway, because even if you knew that they were in plate, you don't know if they're in thief plate or mage plate or cleric plate or ranger plate. Because remember, the captains in the Thieves Guild, Scholars Academy, and Merchants Guild get access to special dials that they could put non-standard traits onto that armor. So I'm wearing plate, and you're like, well, clerics don't normally wear plate. Clerics normally wear medium. Okay? So you attack me, and you're like, why is his magic hitting for so hard? Because I'm wearing cleric plate. I went out of my way to find a crafter who can make plate for exactly what I want. But what I don't understand is, why does this person think that they're going to get anywhere by being insulting? Remember, those cosmetic Andys are the customer. The cosmetic Andy are the people who are opening up their wallet and swiping for cosmetics. Which group of people do you think Steven is going to listen to in this scenario? Rageclaw, right? Rageclaw, or the people opening up their wallets? Will a cosmetic that makes your character appear 1 pixel higher make you harder to hit for an action skill? Okay, so I see what you're talking about. I see what you're talking about. Will a cosmetic change your hitbox? And remember I said nothing in Ashes of Creation can be determined until they determine their combat style? Yes. If you have, because you got 3 different types of hitboxes, right? You have 3 different types of hitboxes. So what you have here is you have so first and foremost, you have the standard hitbox size. So every character, regardless of height, weight, width, length, they all have the same hitbox size. So you got a guy that's that big, right? And then you got a guy who's this big. And anything inside, any hit inside of the box, right, is considered a hit. You're nowhere near this guy, but the hitbox is a standard size. So because you hit inside of the hitbox, you don't have to hit the character. This is seen in games like Guild Wars, where they have an action camera and you can be 9 feet to the left of the guy's head and hit him. Number 2, you have what's known as center cylinder. So what you have is a cylinder that runs through their body, right? And that's the hitbox. Not a really good way you want to do it, but it is a method for doing hitboxes. So there's basically a center cylinder. Again, it doesn't matter how tall the individual character mesh model is, right? It doesn't matter how tall the character mesh model is. If you hit them at the top of the cylinder, you hit them. If you hit them at the bottom of the cylinder, you hit them. That's just how it is. And then the last one, what most action people want is what's known as a form-fitting hitbox. So, unlike the previous one, where clean that up a little bit more. Unlike the previous one, where you could be all off to the side, this would be a miss, and that would be a hit. That would be a hit, but that would be a miss. Form fitting is what most action people want. Now, some people are going to say, I'm an action player and I want the really forgiving hitbox. Then you're not really an action player. You just want an action camera. Remember, I did a survey, I did a video a couple of weeks ago, and I said, what type of combat do you want? Do you want tab enhanced? Do you want precision action? Do you want action camera? Or do you want some hybrid combination? The problem is, action players, and I'm not trying to offend them because I'm just stating a fact, action players don't know what the fuck they want. Action players have no clue. Action players are not a single entity. They're like 3 different camps. So the question is then, if my character is normally this big, right? And Intrepid should hire me right now because look at these mad fucking art skills. If my character is normally that big and I have a form-fitting hitbox, right? And this would assume that Intrepid was using form-fitting hitboxes. Okay? But then I put on a cosmetic. I don't want to use orange because that would be a mistake. I put on a cosmetic where I have a huge Abraham Lincoln stovepipe hat, and they do have one of these in game. What happens to my hitbox now? Okay, what happens to my hitbox? Because I have this big ass hat on. Can I hit the hat? Does my hitbox now change to incorporate the hat? So does the cosmetic push out the hitbox? And that's a question they have to answer. The other question would be, what if we were using form-fitting hitboxes? Or not form-fitting hitboxes, standard size hitboxes, and the standard size hitbox is there, but this much of the hat right here is outside of the hitbox. Does that mean I could dead center the middle of the top of the hat, but it wouldn't be a hit? even though visually I hit them in the hat. Now, of course, I know some people are going to say, well, if you dead center the hat, it shouldn't be a hit anyway. And these are rabbit hole discussions, but these are the things Intrepid needs to decide. So remember I said, I called Intrepid out and I said, you guys need to stop doing all your other development. You guys need to stop doing all your other development until you have your combat set. What happens to the hitboxes when I set my graphics to have everyone basic armor sets? Well, if everyone was in a basic armor set, then it would be this. Or it would be this. Or it would be this. The basic armor set would have nothing to do with anything. It would have to do with, are we doing standard boxes, center cylinder, or form fitting? And then the real question becomes, are there, I mean, in that specific scenario where cosmetics change hitboxes. Oh, so again, here, let's look at this real quick. So you have the same character, right? And this character, they're both wearing the top hat, right? They're both wearing the top hat. And let's say, for example, that the hitbox, they decide to make the hitbox include the cosmetics, no matter which, and I'm not going to do center cylinder, but no matter which hitbox you decide to pick, it will include the cosmetic. What happens, what Decimate is saying is, when you go into default player appearance and the person's hat is gone because you don't load the hat, are you suddenly where you should have a hitbox that's this big, right? The hitbox should be this big. Are you suddenly going to have a hitbox that's up here for no reason? Are you going to be hitting above the air but registering hits because you're hitting the hat, which is part of the body? The same thing if you do it the other way. Are you going to have if it's a form-fitting hitbox but you're in default player appearance, is there going to suddenly be this, you know, this area above the head that you can hit? And if so, isn't it just going to be easy when you're throwing things at the top of the party? Aren't you going to just be hitting people for no reason? You're trying to hit that 8-foot Renkai, but you're hitting a hat of a person because there's spell collision. So these are all the things that Intrepid needs to figure out before they try to keep selling cosmetics. I don't think they have this answer. And the reason why I don't think they have this answer is I don't think they have the final decision on what they want to do with combat, which is fine. Well, so in a big picture overall, no, it's not fine. But in a down a couple of steps, it is fine because they're doing the right thing by putting it into, when they're putting it back in a redesign. So, how important can combat be? Yeah, not important. They didn't even say anything about freehold cosmetics. No. And the thing is that in March of last year, on March 3rd of last year, Margaret said Design was going to give her a list. The problem about bullshitting. See, and I stress this all the time to people. Integrity is not doing the right thing when nobody's looking. Sure, we teach kids that integrity is doing the right thing when nobody's looking. But the truth of the matter is, integrity is like structural integrity. Integrity is making a decision and then weathering all the blows, all the storms, all the negative that is to come. Margaret after March 3rd of last year, hey, appreciate the follow. After March 3rd of last year, Margaret came on my show and picked a fight with me. I actually said to her, no need to pick a fight with me. She said, it's not a fight, homie. I said, okay. What was said to me last year around the March timeframe was, I said, don't come on my show. And first of all, Margaret, unlike a lot of marketing directors, is a Twitch partner. So she doesn't get the, oh, it's a marketing director and they just made a mistake. You're a Twitch partner, so you know etiquette. You know Twitch etiquette. I said, don't come on my show and start a fight. I'm just pointing out stuff. If you'd like to set up a time, we can have a discussion. You could be on the show with a mic and you can articulate. It's not a fight, homie. We are working towards changes and fixing things. You know, as someone who's been here for a long time, that we have made a lot of progress. As a company, these things take time and approvals and iteration. So what that is, that statement right there is like a backhanded slap. If you guys don't know what a backhanded slap is, a backhanded slap is when you use the phrase, you know, right? You know, you're basically saying you know better. And what I said is, no, go fuck yourself. It doesn't take that. See, when you say to a guy who's a CPI specialist, continuous process improvement specialist, as you know, these things take time and approvals and iterations. I want to jump on that and say, no, that's called muda. That's called waste. Muda. It's literally shit. Telling me that things take time and approvals and iteration tells me that your process is full of shit. It's full of muda. It's from Toyota Production System. They actually use that word. It's full of waste. I said, to me, it sounds like you don't know what these are designed for. Margaret says, I do know what they're designed for, but before I give a full answer to all the items in their tiers, I want to finalize those with designed. Just waiting on approval. This will provide an update not only in a knowledge base article with all the answers, but also in your inventory and on the shop. Sure, great. I don't believe you, because on March 3rd you said, we know y'all have been waiting for this information for a while. Design is super busy right now working towards our Alpha 1 milestone. But once they have the time to send that information over to me, I will relay that and make sure. So how did you know what they're designed for when you said you were still waiting for them to send the information over to you? I always tell people, integrity is about being honest. But then once you say something, you have to step up and you have to take all the blows, all the slings, all the arrows. So last February, excuse me, last February, you said you knew what they were for. Last March, you said you were waiting for them to send it over to you, and you recently said the same thing. Why don't you just say that we're selling cosmetics and we're going to make them work? Why doesn't Steven just come out and say, wow, I'm about to get fucking bit in the ass by this. Guys, we're just gonna your fuck up now drives decision. You can put any skin on any building. Boom, you're done. Where's the problem? Where is the problem? Where is the problem if my plague lab goes on any building? What does it matter? Does it really matter? But the problem is that you've got this issue and you're not resolving it. You're not talking about it. You're not anything about it, right? You're not engaging with it. You're ignoring it. My boss, one of my bosses, my boss at the Pentagon, she had one isms. She had one isms thing, and she said, bad news, unlike wine, never gets better with time. She says, if you have bad news, I want you to keep me micro-informed, but I want you to be making the macro decisions. So what that means is my boss had a little file folder with each of her officers' names on it. You sent her a message. All of your emails from the boss, from your account, went into a folder. That way she could look it over and she just sort. Okay, I'm gonna spend 10 minutes right now. I'm gonna check in on my junior grade officers. Okay, what's Jahlon up to? What's this person up to? Whoa. What's this? Okay. Oh, okay. I got it. Moving on. That's how you do it. You just keep people informed. I've said many times, Intrepid would be better served if they just said, We owe you an answer on it. But when it comes to something you're selling, how can you keep selling it if you don't know what you're selling? I can make the character creation height slider a tactical decision. Yes, it absolutely could. And that is why I've said many, many, many times. Many times. They have to, and I don't know why they're showing, I do not know why they are going to show the character creator this month. I do not think it is a good idea to show the character creator before they, like, how are you going to show the character creator before you make the announcement about the combat, which we all know the combat decision has to have been made. Really, it's like they're trying to, they're desperate to show stuff off because somebody has a really bad marketing plan that they need to keep showing new stuff. But then, you know, you guys know last week I ran into the whole fucking debacle of they plan their social media out 6 months in advance, which I'm like, who the fuck does that? That's not a good marketing strategy. If you want, like, I don't know if that was like trying to brag or be impressive or what that was, but having your marketing in a modern era, having a 6-month roadmap, how the fuck does your company have a 6-month roadmap for its marketing when you don't even have a 6-month roadmap for your development? You know, like, I didn't want to say that because I didn't want to say that in the public channel because that would just be like a huge monumental bitch slap. But how are you going to tell me you have a 6-month roadmap for your social media posts when you don't have an external facing 6-month roadmap for Alpha 2? Like, we don't even know if we're getting Alpha 2 in the next 6 months. So what if they do say, what if they do say Alpha 2 is going to be in 3 months? Well, Margaret would turn around and say, well, we knew about that. But no, the fuck you didn't know about that? They didn't know when they were going to have it. They don't even have it built yet. I was considering this too. Last year, Steven said updated combat would begin testing around March. That got delayed. Now they're talking about character creator. Where's the updated combat? Yeah, Magisto. This is my big problem with what Intrepid does. And I am not ashamed to say this. I am not embarrassed to say it. And I will get in the ring and I will defend my position. Right? I don't think Margaret knows what the fuck she's doing. I think Margaret got the job because she interviewed well. She's in a fake it till you make it sort of thing. And she picks fights with marketing people who are literally going to say no. Like, Margaret needs to stop picking fights with people. Like, you're wrong. You fucked up and you're wrong. Own it and move on. Wouldn't that be two different teams? No. So here's the thing. There's concurrent events and there's consecutive events, right? So you have the combat decision, right? Now, on the combat decision, combat has to get to, and I'm just going to pick an arbitrary point. Combat has to be 70% the combat decision. So this is, we're going to say design. The combat design decision, not combat, has to be 70% complete, but the combat design portion has to be about 70% complete before you really can be working on the character creator for all the reasons we just said. Mainly, your character design decisions need to be based on the max height of the race, the max width of the race. Are you doing form-fitting hitboxes or center cylinder or standard? How are cosmetics going to affect? So that right here, hitboxes are going to be, even though hitboxes is part of this, sorry, I know what's going on this morning. I have plague. So the hitbox decision will be 100% complete at this point, but the combat design decision will only be 70% complete. When the hitboxes is done, then you can start working on the character creator a little bit, but you need some final things. Another one of those being cosmetics. And how do cosmetics factor in to the hitboxes, but how do cosmetics factor in with the character creator? All those things we just talked about. You can't have the character creator be 100% done here when the combat's not, because then the character creator is driving the combat decisions. And the character creator should not be driving the combat design decisions. The combat design decisions should be driving the character creator. For example, one of the things they mentioned is that you're going to have the Nakua, you're going to have the Dunir, right? So here's the Nakua, here's the Dunir, and then you're going to have the Vec. And then you're going to have the human. The Vec are going to have a stance where they're as tall as a human when they're upright, but they're about as short as a Dunir when they're bent over. How is that going to work for hitboxes? Imagine a side a side profile in this high a mist. This is where we need a mist with that next level art, right? You have a character that you're aiming at from the side and they're stooped over, right? Where is their hitbox? Does their hitbox literally become form-fitting? Right? Does their hitbox become this? Or does their hitbox stay this? And then what if you were doing center cylinder with a what would happen? And I guess if the Vec are going to have a jacked up stance, I guess that lets us know they're not going to do center cylinder, because if you're going to have a race that's bent over like that, you can't exactly have a center cylinder that runs down. I mean, I guess maybe you could, but then you would never aim at a Vec's head, because the Vec's head would be outside of the center cylinder. But the hitboxes need to be done to show the visual of CC. Like, couldn't that be modified on the back end? Like, can't you make the CC with no hitboxes for the visual improvement? No, you can't. You can't, and here's why. That's called double tack time. That's called work and rework. Why are you going to show off the character creator for the sake of showing off the character creator, knowing that you might have to go back and the final character creator might look nothing like the one you show off next month? Unless you have the combat decision made. Because you're going to start saying, well, couldn't that be modified in the back end? Why am I touching it twice? Why are you going to so let me give you an example. The best example I can give you. Hold on. I'm gonna think. Oh, here, I got you. You open up your computer case, right? You open up your computer case because you're changing out your graphics card. So you open up your computer case, you open up the whole thing, you change out the graphics card, you put the new graphics card in, you close up the machine, you hook up all your cables, you start up your computer, and you say, oh, my graphics card works. So now you decide to shut down your computer, take it all back apart to clean it. Well, wouldn't it have made a whole lot more sense to clean your case while you were in there anyway doing the graphics card? I mean, it could change. Couldn't all of it change? It's being developed. No, we're not talking about a change. We're talking about you haven't even made the decision. You haven't even made the decision if you're doing tab enhanced or hybrid. You haven't made the decision if you're doing form-fitting hitboxes or standard size hitboxes or center cylinder hitboxes. Remember, people are like, well, you could just change it. Yeah, you're right. You could install your graphics card and then you could set it all up and then you can go back in and take it all down and clean it. Makes a whole hell of a lot more sense to do it right the first time. Makes a whole hell of a lot more sense to measure twice, cut once. Also, how are you even going to start the character creator for these races? Remember, this is all the discontinued Talnar character art. But what are you going to do with those characters that start to have tails? are tails part of the hitbox? So if tails are part of the hitbox, what type of hitbox are you going to be using? You're going to be using standard size, or you're going to be using form fitting. Well, you have to know what type of hitbox you're going to do so that you know the maximum extent of the maxes, the height, the width, the length. You never want to have people going in there doing something for the sake of doing it to then go in and do it again, touch it again. We've talked about this. Programming is a place where this happens a lot. So the guys and the girls in charge of putting the character creator put the character creator together in, let's say, December through February. And then they get to a certain point and they say, okay, the showcase is done. Now we're going to go work on other things. And then some of them are in class. Some of them go to a seminar, because I would hope that they're all doing professional development. So they learn how to do something better. But when they go back to the character creator, half of it is written in the way that they used to write in February of 2022. And now they go in there and they start writing the rest of it in the way they've learned to do a process or a procedure in June of 2022. This happens all the time in programming. This happens all the time. It happens in HTML, it happens in computer programming, it happens everywhere. You're constantly learning, you're constantly figuring out better ways to do things. That's why you want to basically write something, write it completely, and then document it, and then hopefully you don't change too much about what you're doing. Now, at the same time, do I care if Intrepid shows off the character creator next month? No. I don't care if they show it off. What I care about is, are they going to be able to articulate answers to all of the hitbox questions? What type of hitboxes are you going to use? How do cosmetics affect hitboxes? How do cosmetics affect combat? If they can't answer all those questions, then basically the team isn't protecting the boss's signature. Literally, Steven's going to be up there. There's going to be questions being asked in Twitch chat. And either, number one, they're not going to pull those questions to ask, and the Twitch chat is going to feel like they're being ignored, or they're going to pull the Twitch chat. Steven's not going to be ready to give those answers. And then whatever he says as the answers are going to become doctrine, and that's going to drive development. There is a reason why the phrase, I owe you an answer to that. With that said, yes, of course it could change, and it should change. Well, it shouldn't change. At the 5-year mark, I would hope that Intrepid has some things in the game design document that they don't plan on, changing. You should always write the documentation first and code second, but we all know that that's not how it works. We all know that if you get documentation on a lot of things, you're lucky. That's just, we know that if that happens, you're lucky, and we know that it doesn't happen. But no, with that said, these are all really important questions. These are all really, really important questions that we need the answers for. And unfortunately, I agree with Dark Paladin. Dark Paladin says they want to show something because first of all, Steven is still new to forward-facing public relations. And Steven will actually say that public relations is like his weakest part of his, leadership. And that's not a bad thing, because you got to remember, most leaders don't excel in public relations. Most companies hire, Fortune 500 companies bring in established PR people. The military does very, very, a lot of people at Fortune 500 companies that are in public relations are prior military public relations officers, because, public relations is hard. Public relations is both, it is and it is not marketing all at the same time. So, wouldn't it be an easy answer to hitboxes if they just went tab enhanced? Yes. It absolutely is. The issue there is not a clear stance from the devs. It's not about the difficulty. No, you're 100% incorrect on that. Action combat is infinitely harder to do. Action combat is infinitely harder to do than tab combat. Tab combat is actually really easy to do. It's been done so many times. There's so much documentation on it. I mean, God, man, there's high school kids that have tab target games that they've put together on Steam. But yeah, the easy answer to hitbox is if they went tab enhanced, because, well, let me back that up a second. Even if they go tab enhanced and they want spell collision to happen, which I think they should just get rid of the idea of spell collision. I think they just get rid of it. I think you get rid of it. I think you go to a tab enhanced game, because unless you get rid of spell collision, you can't get rid of hitboxes either. But I think if you get rid of action and hybrid and you make the action abilities ground reticles, frontal cones, off-center AoEs, things that don't require a target, you no longer have spell collision. And then you can get moving with your development. So let's see. But yeah, Woodchip, I do agree that tab enhanced is at this point. I know that the action combat people don't want to hear that Ashes of Creation is going to move away from action combat. But the problem here is, unless you want, yeah, they removed headshots from the game like 2 years ago. Unless you want Ashes to come out in 2028, they need, no, not from APOC. APOC still had them. Tab enhanced is WoW. Tab enhanced is Final Fantasy. It's where you have global cooldowns, off global cooldowns. You have instants that don't trigger a global cooldown. You have frontal cones. You have off-center AoEs, and you have ground reticles. So their hitboxes don't need to be very precise. Yes, they do. That was the whole point of. That was the whole point of all the hitbox stuff that we did. They do need to be precise. Even if you're not having hitboxes be automatic crits, you still do you have center cylinder, do you have form fitting, or do you have standard hitbox size? Not having headshots doesn't change the need for those things at all. Can you have spell collisions with tab enhanced? Yes, you can have spell collision with tab enhanced. The question is, why would you want to? Because if you're going to go through the process of having hitboxes, in order to have spell collision, you need to have hitboxes. And if you're going to go through the process of having hitboxes, then why would you not just have hybrid tab enhanced, or not tab enhanced? Why would you just not have action tab hybrid? The problem is you're trying to see, Intrepid's trying to do something that no other company has gotten right. And Intrepid is trying to become the industry leader in like too many things. And that's a recipe for disaster, because 5 years in, none of your systems work. So remember, people say Alpha 1 was a huge success. Alpha 1 was a huge success if we ready, fire, aim, and we call what we hit the target. I don't know what spell collision is. Is that like spells hitting other spells and someone jumping the way of a firebolt? Yes, it's both. It's absolutely both. It's spell collision can be one spell hits another spell while they're in target, while they're in transit. Or it's when as a tank, I keep the cleric, like, spell collision is going to work like this as well. And I am not denying that this brings a higher level of gameplay to the game, but here's my cleric. Here's me as the tank, and here's the aggressing mage, right? Here's the aggressor mage. My job is that as this mage comes over here to get a clean line of shot, my job is to move so that the cleric is always behind me, so I'm always taking the hits. My cleric is always healing my back, and my cleric is never taking any damage. For example, if you remember the Star Trek The Next Generation episode where the Enterprise has to protect the Enterprise C. Well, it goes back into the time rift. They didn't care about winning the fight. They cared about being a big meat shield. So, would you be able to defend your own using your own spells then to avoid getting hit? Yes, they have talked about in wrong button. They have talked about in the past. They have talked about in the past making it so that you could you could counterspell. Now, the problem is that that's awesome. Being able to throw a spell to counterspell would be amazing. However, you got to get all that to work out, and I don't think they're going to be able to work that out. Limited spell collision with tab enhanced is possible, but would have to be limited to stuff like off-center AoEs with travel time. Yeah, a travel time, of course, is going to be the big part of that. I love the enthusiasm from Intrepid to be innovative, but honestly, I just want combat that works. Don't care much for the hybrid system if it's a shitty one. Yes, exactly. Do you need hitboxes for player collision? No, you don't have to have precise... I mean, you would have a hitbox for player collision, but it doesn't... They don't need to be balanced for combat. Remember, like I said, there's a difference between each hitbox style. You can have form-fitting hitboxes for player collision, and you have them, but it's basically, does it matter if my hat gets extended? Does it matter if my shoulder armor gets extended? And the answer is no. No, it doesn't. So, was it the wrong button, or was it showing how Intrepid could go dark for a few months? It was the wrong button. I changed my OBS, but then due to how often I change scenes, and I use scene transitions, it was causing problems with my mic audio on Monday. The trick I used is for people that have like 1 or 2 scenes they use for the whole show. Do hitboxes have tops? Could an orc literally hop a short dwarf? Well, that's another issue. That ultimately comes down to, are you doing center cylinder? Are you doing form fitting? Are you doing standard size? So yeah, and again, do I think it's great that Intrepid is choosing to show the character creator off next month? Sure. But how many caveats are going to have to be on top of the character creator? Guys, remember, this isn't finished. This is a work in progress. This is a prototype. Ignore the UI. Then why are you showing it? Why are you showing it? If you're gonna spend more time on disclaimers than you are showcasing the product, then don't show it. If you have to put a disclaimer on it, it's not ready for public consumption. Because remember, Tommy Lee Jones from Men in Black, people are dumb, a person is smart. I'd like to see progress personally, but you're not seeing progress. You're not seeing progress. You're no offense, but you're the kind of person that likes to see progress charts. You're the kind of person that likes to see roadmaps. You're the kind of person that likes to see, you know, status bars. But what you don't understand is you don't understand the status bar. So you see something and you're like, oh, we're really good. Okay, well, as a project manager, I'll tell you, the only person who understands the progress charts is me. I don't even want to make them, but upper management wants them. So you think I don't design my progress bars to make it look, to make management comfortable? You can't understand a project from a milestone chart, because the fucking project manager is going to lie their ass off. I mean, plus the fact in most milestone charts, one thing goes wrong. To see the current direction they are shooting for, yes. Do I take that as gospel? No. Right, but what does it matter? To see the current direction they're shooting for. If everything is subject to change, then what does it matter? What does the character creator matter? How can you give meaningful feedback on the character creator if you don't know how the hitboxes are going to work? Because some people are going to say, well, we could give feedback to Intrepid on the character creator, and I'm going to say, I'll tell you exactly where all your feedback's going to go. Into the fucking chuck it bucket. You chuck it in the fuck it bucket right there. I don't like the character creator. And It's just like all the combat data they got in Alpha 1. They had weeks and weeks and weeks and months of Alpha 1 pre-testing combat data. All that data gets fucking thrown in the garbage because now that you have split body animation, all that other data is worthless. And some people are going to say, well, all that other data got them to the decision of doing the split body animation. And then my response to that is, why did it take all those months to reverse the decision you made back in 2018? WoW discovered that there are issues with non-standard terrain and collision hitboxes, like the Tauren race not being able to go through places gnomes could, thus potentially limiting accessibility to certain areas by race, which makes a potential race meta. Yeah, I just ran into that. Luckily, it's not a big deal. I ran into that in Final Fantasy XIV yesterday, doing an older dungeon. I can't even see the hole because I'm an Aru and I'm too tall. But if I walk up to the line, if I put my toes on the blue dots, it pulls me through a gap about this big. It's like, no, that's bad. I get the desire to see the progress metrics, but if Intrepid consistently is missing those, don't see much value. Yeah, the problem is when you have progress metrics, then you literally dedicate somebody who's in, like, their entire time is spent updating progress metrics. It's just like that they're doing story point sprints. Let me tell you, at a very fundamental level, I understand the concept of story points in Agile. The military generally doesn't use story points in project management. Generally, the software people do, and that's where I have familiarity with it. But I get the value of story point sprints, and it makes sense that Intrepid is going to do them, because if the project manager coming in knows how to properly use them, then it is a really good thing. Instead of everybody being on a 14-day sprint, you're on these modular sprints where we know that this task takes twice as long as this task, and we know that that task takes twice as long as this task, which means it takes 4 times as long as the first task. And it makes sense that way. It makes sense that way. They just need to have project managers that know how to utilize that methodology. And so that's good. But because they've moved to story point sprints, the majority of people wouldn't understand the progress metrics anyway. I'd have to sit there for hours. And to understand their metrics at that point, you would have to have all the internals as well. That's why I get it. People are like excited and they want to see progress. And I say, what you really want is for them to go dark for 90 days and then come back with, okay, we've got this, that, and the other to show you. The stream on Friday was great. The stream on Friday was great because it showed off races, and we haven't seen races before. We haven't seen the VEC. We finally saw how the VEC are going to be. We got some information about the VEC. I got some information about the VEC after the show, or after the live stream. So that live stream was good. But I don't think showing the character creator off in February is going to do what they want it to do. This is a really good point. What are they gaining by showing an unfinished creator? By giving warnings, disclaimers, they bias the feedback. Absolutely, right? Absolutely. And I'm gonna point out the most basic bias that you create. There are white knights in the Ashes of Creation community who literally, Intrepid can do no wrong. Intrepid can literally do no wrong. So when Intrepid shows something and you criticize it, the white knights in the community instantly, there are white knights? Yeah. The white knights instantly just browbeat you. The problem is they said it's not finished yet. I don't need to let something come to fruition to tell you it's a bad idea. I can tell you something's a bad idea way before. Way before we get to complete. Anyway, I'm gonna let this run. I'll be right back. Alrighty, so, so then isn't most of the feedback biased anyway? Like alpha, all have disclaimers. Is there any content that doesn't have a disclaimer? Well, the thing is that Intrepid didn't give testing protocols to its testers, which Intrepid has never given protocols to their testers, and that's always shocked me. It's always shocked me that they haven't said what we're looking for information for on is this. I mean, they have a little bit, but there's a difference between putting a disclaimer on something you show and then inviting 15,000 people to take part in it. Any feedback systems inherently will get garbage to a degree. No. Because although I prefer feedback to be meaningful, like, I prefer feedback to be meaningful in the way of, if you say this sucks, don't say this sucks. Steven said going on the forums and saying this sucks is fine because they want that raw feedback. I think saying this sucks is a bad way to do it. I think that if you want to say this sucks, you say this sucks because. Why does this suck? Because it's one thing to say this sucks, and it's another thing to say this sucks and here's why. Here's an actionable deliverable. Here's something that you can change. Here's something that you can modify. When you say this sucks, it's like, okay, well, all you're really doing is shitting on somebody else's product. The forward root animation sucks. Okay. Well, if they have 90% of the people are saying root forward animation sucks, then they know that they need to do something about it. But if you say, a lot of people don't know why they think it sucks, though. If you can't articulate why you think something sucks, then you are a baseless, negative person, and you're part of the problem. If you say this sucks, and you can't say why it needs to be better, then it sucks because I don't like it. But why don't you like it? Remember, the 5 whys. Shut up, wife. The 5 whys. It sucks. Why? Dying sucks. Why? It takes me too long to get to my body. Okay? Fair. Corpse runs are too long. But if you just say this sucks, then suck it up, because here's the problem. Here's the problem with the it sucks without giving a reason why. This sucks. Okay? 48% of people say it sucks. 52% of people say it doesn't suck. Welcome to an American election. 50% of people are not going to get what they want. Now, imagine if you went through and you articulated why something sucks and the opposite side didn't agree with you or didn't disagree with you. Corpse runs suck. You know what? You're right, they do. Dying sucks. Why does dying suck? Just dying sucks. The other group is going to be like, well, you're going to die in MMOs, so suck it up, Buttercup. A lot of feedback they will get will be, it sucks from many testers. Most testers don't test, they just want to play. It's why there are so many, it's not a game, it's a test comments. Well, right. But basically you're saying is, there's a lot of people who play the game. They're fucking chattel. Their opinion doesn't matter. I'm sorry that people are going to get told your opinion doesn't matter. If you use the word play, when I was playing Alpha 1, then you're wrong because you were testing Alpha 1. Because there wasn't enough to play in Alpha 1 anyway. I won't even give feedback on anything that has disclaimers because the disclaimers are specifically designed to invalidate my feedback anyway. And I'm not going to spend time arguing stupid shit about whether or not my feedback is worthless because of some rules lawyer beating on some clause in the disclaimer. I agree with you. I cannot explain some things as quickly as Jahlon does live, but give me 30 minutes to put my thoughts and type it out with corrections, can express much easier. Yes, and that's the thing. This skill set, it is something obviously that I've practiced for decades. Like I know a lot of you look at me and some people ask me if I'm in my late 20s. I'm in my 40s, okay? I'm in my 40s. I am used to looking at something and doing the OODA loop. It's a military thing. It's an Air Force thing. That's why sometimes you'll see me go completely quiet for less than 40 seconds because I'm literally observing. I'm observing the comment. I'm orientating the discussion. I'm deciding on what I want to say, and I act on it. Not gonna lie, I always thought Jay was a couple of years older than me. Yeah. So anybody that doesn't know, there's an inside joke. I'll clue you in on the inside. A mist is my smoking hot Danish wife. Somehow, and we don't know how this started, but people thought a mist was my wife. I have kids older than a mist. A mist is not my wife. A mist is my very good friend, my fellow streamer. But yeah, people were like, is a mist your wife? No, a mist is not my wife. So it's, yeah, it was so weird, man. It's like nobody can figure out how it started. So, where's the other one I wanted to talk about? Here it is. Yeah, the other problem with project management, not just their time either. They are working at updates from teams that are now spending time communicating rather than developing. I used to say all the time to my bosses, they would like, I hated when my bosses would, my bosses would show up at my door, right? And they would be like, hey, can you give me an update on, and I said to my boss, I said to my colonel once, I said, sir, can I speak freely? And the colonel said, always. I said, sir, why do I go onto a spreadsheet every morning at 5:30 in the morning when I get here? Why am I required to fill out a daily update spreadsheet if you're going to come to my door and ask me questions? I have no problem answering your questions if you're at my door. But the answer to the question is on a spreadsheet I filled out at 5:30 in the morning. And I lose 15 minutes of my day every day to fill out the spreadsheet. And he's like, what spreadsheet? And I said, the 06 daily update binder spreadsheet. And he was like, what the hell are you talking about? I went to it on the SharePoint and I showed it to him. He says, I've never, ever seen this. So he went back and he asked his execs, why are people filling out and it was every answer he would ever want. The execs were like, oh, well, it was the product the old guy wanted. We just naturally assumed that he gave it to you in change out. We spent like 5 months filling out a spreadsheet that the guy we were filling out the spreadsheet for never even knew existed. That's the problem with a lot of shit. Is it done yet? No. Well, then why are we filling out status update charts? Most of that shit is project management is a lot like lawyers. Project managers have created the need for themselves for people that didn't really want to work. They just want to carry a clipboard. 'Cause let me see. Oh, happened to me personally. I was trying to explain something on someone on the official Discord, and as per usual, it comes around that you don't understand my sentence. I answered to this and that. Then Jahlon just jumped in and explained it much better than I did. Then there was complete silence. You know what? I'm gonna say this. I don't remember. I don't know if your Discord name and your Twitch name are the same. I will say this. Most of the fucking white knights on the official Discord browbeat new people who are trying to learn about the game or express conditions. I hate the Ashes of Creation Discord. I'm really starting to hate it because of how the old guard treats the new people. Because, like, say that shit to me. Talk to me. I talk back. Like, don't browbeat a new person who's asking a question or trying to get some guidance. Say that shit to me. Like, from Major League, Pedro. Bring that shit to me, man. I was here first. Yeah, exactly. That's an incomplete pass down, and my job could be revoked. Yeah, but that's your job was your job. So when is the planned release date? When is the planned release date? The planned release date is we don't know. We don't know. Still don't think that's the worst part about the Discord. No, I mean, there's that other stuff that's bad about the official Discord, but yeah. And again, right? There should be people who are banned from speaking in hashtag questions. There are people that should just be banned from being able to talk in there because they give the wrong answer. They give the wrong answer, but unfortunately it would be very, very difficult you'd have to create a role and block people from talking in that channel. You could do it. It would just be interesting on how to do it. So it was with Talent saying that Jeff just disappeared. Oh, man, Talents is going to one day graduate from school, and Talents is going to get out into the real world, and Talents is going to get hit by the real world like a ton of fucking bricks. I can be an abrasive asshole, right? I can be an abrasive asshole. Why? Because I don't need anybody to hire me. I'm retired. I don't have to work ever again in my entire life. With that said, there are some people that I don't believe will be able to separate the way they act on Discord with the way they act in the real world. And they're going to try to get jobs, and they're going to be like, why don't I ever get jobs? Well, because you don't know how to talk to people. Because how you are, me, that person is me. There you go. See, I like when people turn around and they're like, "Yep, that's me." Why are you talking about me, Jay? Well, why are you talking about me specifically? There's some people that need to figure this out. They're here. Ready? It's about a $3 book, right? I think, and I'm sorry for my Europeans. I don't have a European store, but at least you can get the book name. Probably one of the most important books you'll ever read in your entire life. How to Win Friends and Influence People. It's by Dale Carnegie, who was one of the most influential self-help. And I love the phrase self-help, except the fact that Billy Bob Thornton gets in my head. You can't help yourself because yourself sucks. I want to remind people that, self-help, you should always be doing self-improvement. Always doing self-improvement. I do self-improvement every single day. Every single day. It's a great book. I saw somebody else say great book. This is why I always suggest people have a customer service job to learn how to interact with people. No, see, I'll say that I became a jaded son of a bitch from having customer service jobs, but that's because of just the way I see the world. I see the world in very black and white. I always have. See, even now Jay's doing it. You don't know how to talk to people. I would lead off with you're a fucking dickbag and everybody can see it. Yes. Yeah, customer service does make somebody pretty jaded. So. Hold on, coordinating with my wife. My kid needs to go for her COVID swab. But no, I think the problem with the official Ashes of Creation Discord is that some of the OGs, hold on, let me back this up a second. I don't think this, I know this. Some of the OGs don't know how to talk to people. And then I have to step in and, because I don't give a fuck. Like, we've got our person that has their comment about me, and I'm like, thanks. I'm blunt. I am sandpaper. I am abrasive. It's whatever it is. I had like 34 performance report or 34 mentoring sessions in my time in the military. I guarantee 17 or more of them say I'm abrasive. Can attest to that for sure. Being in the business of customer service for 5 years, I'm also jaded, but I know how to hide it. Yeah, like I told you guys the story. I don't tolerate even in the real. I don't go out into the real world very much. I don't. I'm a ghost in the machine. I hate leaving my physical structure. I have. You see, I got the disabled veteran tag on my channel. I have issues going out into the real world. That's why I'm really appreciative of Disney, Universal Studios, the St. Louis Zoo, a couple of the restaurants around here. They know that I'm likely to pop off, and so I have a little card when I go to Disney and Universal. I can just go to any staff member, little card from them. I'm in distress. I need the quiet room because my PTSD is about to kick off, and they'll just immediately, like, it's all like, there's all these like back doors and shit. This like little magic card, they like pop a wall and you're like instantly like in the backstage area. I can't take pictures while I'm back there. It's part of the deal. But like I was there at the restaurant, and I'm at the restaurant at Universal Studios. I'm at Mama's, and this guy comes in and he's being a belligerent douchebag to who I think is the hostess. I think the girl is the hostess. He was the first person in line, and he was like, yeah, we have a reservation to be seated in whoever's section. They like their particular server. And they said, okay, just to let you know, that server is serving the patio tonight. And this guy says, well, we have a reservation indoors and that server. And I'm like, this is ridiculous. And the who I think is the hostess says, she's like, well, sir, I can meet either of your reservation requirements. I can put you inside, or I can put you outside with your server. Well, why can't our server serve inside? The hostess is like, because that's not how this works. And then the wife said something, and the guy raised his voice, and me being me, I was like, hey, no need to raise your voice at the lady. He turned around and he did that one finger thing. Like, let me tell you, this is grab your ball sack because it's about to go. Well, my wife saw the guy one finger and like poke me in the chest, and Mama Bear just took her arm and moved all three of the kids against the wall, and everybody else knew that it was about to go on. And I'm like, you don't want to do this. This is going to be a bad decision. And the guy walked past me, and the woman said something to me, and my wife Tamir nearly came off the fucking chain because Tamir knows I won't go after the woman. The woman said something to me, and then the guy looked at me and he's like, you're such a scumbag. Oh, hell no. And I go after him, and this fucking mountain of a motherfucker puts his hand up and he says, it's not worth it, sir. And I'm like, you are one giant ass fucking Marine. Why? And then I realized when I had my wallet open, he must have seen my Blue Mafia retirement card. And so he knew that I was retired military, and it's not worth it, sir. I was like, fucking, why don't you and I just go handle this? Fucking, you just step on him, fucking eat him, dispose of the evidence. Yeah. So, I'm a student myself, though. Back to the talents topic, playing Final Fantasy on the side. Oh yeah, Final Fantasy. Cause I just want to say this, guys. if you're in Endwalker and you're gonna give up, if you are in Endwalker and you're gonna give up, persevere. It's getting better as I get through it. It's getting better. It's getting better. It is getting better. I was really unhappy with Endwalker. No spoilers. No spoilers. No spoilers. But Endwalker's getting better. The deeper I get into it, so it's getting good. So with that said, I think some of the people in the official Discord need to realize that they are part of the problem. They are not part of the solution. Your job as a OG on the official Discord is to be welcoming, to be polite, be cordial, answer questions. If you're gonna talk down to a new player, like, then oh damn, I moved those a lot. I had to make sure there wasn't a ton of snow out there. If you're not gonna be nice, then don't talk to the people in the questions channel. Am I going to check out Lost Ark? No, I'm not going to check out Lost Ark for this simple reason. Lost Ark is nothing good and it's nothing new. I've played in 2 of the betas. What is good about Lost Ark? It's an action combat, downward looking isometric, but it's a bad Diablo. And if I'm going to play Diablo, I'm going to just go play Diablo. Endwalker is only joyful to me as I play a completely new job. I do believe they were lazy on the new skills. Feels like nothing has changed. It got easier on the side. Yeah. One of my problems with, I'm not playing one of the new jobs yet, but I have heard that it was like we were looking forward to them fixing healing and they didn't really fix healing. So Lost Ark looks like a mobile game. Yes, it does. I'm really passive normally, but my wife knows me and will physically intercede between me and someone I'm eyeing up because she knows if he lays a hand on me, I'm gonna hospitalize him. Yeah, that's kind of how I am. It's also one of those things where my wife knows that I'm not likely to throw the first punch, but I am likely to throw the last one. So you're playing Sage. Yeah, I figured you were playing Sage by the way you said that. You're going to play Lost Ark, but that is only because I need a game to fill my time. I'm actually going to be playing something on Friday. Fractured. I'm probably going to play Fractured on Friday. I also am going to play Dying Light 2. I got a key for Dying Light 2, so I'm gonna check that out on Friday, I think, a little bit. So yeah. The other game I was looking for, I was hoping Mortal Online would give me a key so I could check it out. I guess not gonna be cool like that. Have I seen Broken Ranks? Yes, I own Broken Ranks, and not going to Broken Ranks, in my opinion, didn't do enough to make the game palatable. So Broken Ranks got installed. I realized they didn't make any other changes that they needed to make the game better, and pass. I'll be right back. All right, sorry. Didn't like it that much. Felt like a browser game. Yeah, that's the problem. So, oh, you know what? I forgot to do something. Forgot to say hello to one of the kids. It's kind of weird, man, having kids that are all over the country, all over the world. Like, so I talk to my kids every day. Talk to my kids every single day. Hi. Hi, you want to be seen? You never like to be seen. Can we show you off? We show the cat? Hi, buddy. Hi. Why don't you ever like, look at that. He's a shy boy. Why are you so shy? Why are you like this? Why are you like this? Is this too high? You want down? So, looked at Fractured and seemed kind of good, but still prefer AOC. Currently is not liking Type Down over the over shoulder. Yeah, so Fractured is an isometric downward looking game. I'm a content creator for Fractured. I have loyalty. Loyalty for me is Prometheus and Dynamite Studios was the very first company that ever gave me a big boy developer code, big boy discount code. So they have given us several hundred keys over the years to test Fractured. And that's really, oh, I know, so many complaints. That's really one of the big things about how your content creator program should work. Your content creator program shouldn't be a mass application. Please apply. Content creator code. Content creators should be hand curated. They should be. I see somebody making content about my game, and so I reach out to them and I give them some goodies. Steven did this really well. Steven nailed the essence of a content creator program. Like, Steven made me an official content creator really to shut up another content creator. Another content creator was making fun of me and I made more content about Ashes than they did. And Steven's like, you know what? Yeah, you're a content creator. Do I have any book recommendations for company economy? It's one of my subjects this semester, and I need to know what you mean by company economy, like corporate economics. And then I need to know what level you're at. Are you taking macro and micro? Because there's a lot. I mean, if you want to understand economics, there's a book it's a novel. It's called In the Long Run, We're All Dead Men. Really good novel for understanding. I think that one's on microeconomics. I'm actually curious about something. Who do you think will get picked for the Ashes of Creation content creator program, and why? Okay, so for the Ashes, for the Ashes of Creation content creator program, number one, Lazy Peon. Number one, Lazy Peon. Because no one content creator has created as much hype for Ashes of Creation than LP. LP is not generally the person you want to put in your content creator program, because LP is already, he's an influencer. He's not a content creator. And for those of you that don't understand the way this game works, the game right now that we're doing, this is your content creator pyramid, right? And up here, the 1%ers, these are called influencers. They aren't going to be dedicated to your product. They're dedicated to themselves. They're dedicated to their brand. So, the people that are up here, right? The people that are up here in your 1% are like Shroud, Summit 1G, Tim, Asmongold, Lazy Peon, Soda, Dr. D, I'm trying to think of some other, you know, so there's them. Hey, just because I'm working doesn't mean I can't see you. And then down here, right? These are your content creators. And these are your workhorses, right? And in here you got Lex, you've got Smurg, you've got Jahlon, right? And these are your people that you got your Shaz. These are the people that have your bulk products, right? These are your bulk products. The wiki, Ashes 101, Ashes HQ, Ashes Post. And then down here, you have your nobodies, right? But these are the people that are loyal. And these are the people that are going to eventually grow to this, because some of these people want to grow to this. You don't really need to invite Asmongold into your content creator program, because he's going to go where his brand takes him. Shroud, Summit 1G, Ninja, Tim the Tapman, Soda, Poppin, Dr. Disrespect. They're going to go where their brand takes them. They're going to go where they need to go in order to continue making money. Now, of course, you have the Shroud doesn't have to make any more money. Ninja doesn't have to make any more money. Lazy Peon has to continue making videos, but he'll probably live off his referral money from Ashes of Creation. So who's going to make the content creator program? I think you're going to have the Lazy Peon. I think you're going to have the Lazy Peon, obviously. If Lazy Peon's not in the content creator program, I would actually question the validity of a content creator program. I think Lex should be in there because the wiki reaches more people that won't get picked up anywhere else. The wiki events where the wiki has had codes or giveaway stuff or prizes, like my signed hat from Steven. And then Shaz, the same thing, the Ashes Post with doing the recaps. Now, I will say this, Shaz used to do amazing recaps. The ones lately haven't been as amazing, but at the same time, I don't think there's been amazing amounts of stuff to be in there. So I don't think the product has gotten worse. I think the product accurately reflects where we're at in development. And then Smurg, Ashes HQ. I know some people in my community have some opinions about Ashes HQ. You're allowed to have them. I'm not going to tell you you can't, but it's still a product. It's still out there. With that said, I don't put myself... Oh, and the Golden Feather. I put the Golden Feather on that list because the Golden Feather, while they're a small program, nothing says you have to reach thousands of people. If you're reaching anybody, right? If you're reaching anybody and your job is to promote other content creators, I think that makes you a very heart and soul wholesome product. And then Shirkus is probably the #1 Spanish speaking content creator. That's why Shirkus and the Golden Feather are both on the Ashes of Creation stream team with me. So with that said, I don't put myself on that list. I don't put myself on that list because I know that I'm a pain in the ass to work with. I'm a wild card. Unfortunately, what makes me a good content creator for a small audience makes me a dangerous content creator to be in an official program, because I'm going to call you out. I'm going to call you out when you need to be called out. So in order to participate in Fractured, which pack would you recommend I purchase? The cheapest one that gives you access to alpha would be the answer I would give you. I wouldn't just buy into Fractured for Friday. I would, because it's only a 2-day test. I would, 2 days for Fractured isn't enough to really get into Fractured. But you know, in the next longer test, I would definitely recommend that. A Mist says, I would love for the Golden Feather to be on there. Chibi is such a sweetheart, and I hope to see more female content creators join the ranks. Yeah, I do. And I agree with you. And that's why I would like to see some content creators. Now, I saw somebody say narc, and I think one of the things that's going to, people like narc are going to be eliminated from the content creator program is something Steven told us back in October of 2018 when Steven had a meeting with the content creators, and he had fired a content creator. He had publicly fired a content creator. He fired It's Ziz. Now, I get that It's Ziz was, I don't know what Ziz was doing with his content, but he decided to flip-flop fact with opinion. You guys know that when I talk about things that I think Intrepid is doing wrong, I say in my opinion. But when somebody has a factual incorrect statement about Intrepid, I immediately jump on that and I say, okay, what we need to do is we need to talk about what's fact and what's fiction, or what's fact and what's shiznit. I think the problem is Steven had trusted a lot of content creators, and then a content creator, for whatever reason, decided to present opinion as fact, and they got fired. And they didn't like that. So Steven said to us, as content creators, we are allowed to be negative as long as we're truthful. And I think that is something that I strive to be. I don't strive to be negative. I strive to be truthful. I think that if I don't, if I don't say what I have to say, I'm gonna have issues. No, content creators don't get paid, but you can still be fired out of the program. Personally, I don't know I would even fit with the magnitude of the audience and reach that other content creators do. I want to be completely upfront and honest with my community, and I personally don't always have the most positive about the project, even though I love it. Positive opinion. Yeah, but Mist, here's the thing. I've seen your content many, many, many times. Here's the trick. Your content is a lot like my content when it comes to, it's like the movie The West Wing, where President Shepard says, has he lied? Has he said anything that's untrue? Has a Mist said anything that's untrue? Has Jahlon said anything that's untrue? I know that some of the stuff that I say pisses off the Intrepid staff members. I've been told as such. I've been told as such by Intrepid staff members. Intrepid staff members have reached out to me having a problem with my content. At the same time, no. I'm going to jump on that because that's absolutely 100% incorrect. That is fucking correct. But I've had Intrepid staff members contact me and say, I really love the way that you present things because you're honest. Content creators are not paid in the form of the company giving them referral codes, visibility, and audience. Absolutely, we are not. That is absolutely 100% incorrect. Never say that, because that means that all of my content then needs to be labeled as paid promotional content. Paid is, do I get a check? Did you write me a check with a bunch of zeros and a signature? Everything else you do is a symbiotic relationship. It is symbiotic marketing. I get marketing assistance. I get advertising assistance, but I do not get paid in the form of referral codes, visibility, or audience. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. That is 100% incorrect. Incorrect. Yeah, those are perks. Those are perks. That is not payment, right? That is not payment. So, equipment, Ashes of Creation themed packages with shirts, water bottles, keyboard, mouse, mousepad, headset, mic, etc. Yeah, that is not a payment. Got to be very, very careful with that, because a Otherwise, things become paid promotional. Let's be honest. Negative, honest opinions won't hurt the game as much as hype videos that spread wrong information. Yeah, I mean, that is ultimately... That is what people need to get behind. People need to get behind the idea that content creators who are being honest are helping shape the game way more than the people that fill Intrepid with the false hope and the false hype. Because the false hope and the false hype then every time you do a false hope, a false hype thing, you breed more malcontent. You breed more malcontent with your community, with the people who don't want to, who don't want another company. Intrepid does have an integrity problem. Intrepid does have an integrity problem, and they need to fix their integrity problem. And the problem is Intrepid fucks up and then fucks up again and fucks up a third time. And it's like, I don't understand how they send this tweet out and then bullshit all over the place about why like we plan our marketing 6 months in advance. 6 months in advance. 6 months in advance. No, you don't, because you just bullshitted. How did you pick January 27th for a date for 6 months in advance for a video tweet for something that didn't even exist a month prior? Okay? This is where you try, like, where you trying to be right. Companies are wrong all the time. What is even considered a content creator in your opinion? I, for example, only plan to stream this game when I can play it consistently. Okay, so hold on. Let me take a quick look. Let me take a quick look real quick. So let me do this. Let me do this. So what do I consider a content creator? I consider a content creator somebody who can... An official content creator is somebody who can be the bridge between the community and the company. It's somebody who gives correct, factual information. It's somebody who hypes the game without overhyping the game, without giving bad information about the game. So there is a lot of stuff in there, but I think one of the biggest problems is, well, you guys know I'm a content creator coach as well. I spend a lot of time helping content creators, streamers, YouTubers fix all their baseline mistakes. I know a lot of people say to me, how can you justify doing that when you're not a huge content creator? And I remind them that I'm a Twitch partner. I don't have the largest channel on Twitch, but for the size of my channel, we generate a lot more minutes of watch time. Like, I want to share a stat with you guys. I want to share a stat with you guys from, not Gmail, Google Sheets, from January. How much entertainment how much confirmation, or not confirmation, how much bandwidth we produced, right? In the month of January. Why does my mouse keep doing this? Why don't I make my mouse bigger? Right? And then let me grab this one. 34. So in the month of January alone, we created 700,000 minutes of watch time. Okay? That's a fucking ton of watch time. Right? That is a ton of watch time. 700,000 minutes of watch time. So content creators don't have to be the biggest people. Content creators can be grown with that symbiotic relationship between the company and the content creator. Like, I did an interview with Steven when I had maybe 2,000, 3,000 YouTube followers. That video, that interview has like 19,000 views. It didn't go anywhere, but that video is constantly referenced for the Talnar, because I got the Talnar information in there. That video is constantly referenced for what is the definition of an action ability. That number doesn't mean much to non-content creators unless you compare it, in my opinion. Yes, it does. 700,000 minutes. Okay, 700,000 minutes should mean a lot to you. Think about how many. Just think about that sheer amount of time. Okay, that's 11,666 hours. Okay, that's let's just say it this way. That's 6 people's work year. Of all you would do is it would take 6 people all year for their job to do nothing but watch the show all year. That's a lot. I mean, 700,000 minutes is a lot of minutes. It means if all 100 viewers currently were here every day for 4 hours for the month of January. Yeah, that's why when I say to people, I'm not really good at self-advertising. I'm not really good at self-marketing. I am not good at growing my community. I rely on my community to grow my community. I rely on my community to say like, oh, hey, Jay's the guy you come over to if you have a question. I don't like to put you guys know, I don't like to have the bar on the screen. I'm doing a follower thing. I don't like to have the bar on the screen. I hate the bar on the screen that says, here's my subathon. I don't like having my hand out asking for money. So, entertaining, yes, but when the content is patently wrong, sandbox, PvP game, for example, the creator should not be... Yeah, so back to what makes a good content creator. You can have an opinion. You're always entitled to have an opinion. But if you're a content creator and you want to be in the content creator program, there are certain talking points you need to adhere to. Ashes of Creation is a theme box or a sand park. Ashes of Creation is not a sandbox. If you're running around calling Ashes of Creation a sandbox, then you're doing what the developer doesn't want you to do. Because then, first of all, I think Intrepid has a problem with the fact that they use words interchangeably. I don't think Ashes is a sand park. I think Ashes is a theme box, and I think they need to stick with that idea. They need to say, oh, we're going to be a theme box. Yes. So everybody in the company needs to call Ashes a theme box. Everybody. And Steven as well. When Steven says a sand park, somebody needs to correct Steven. See, that's that mission, vision statement of the company. Intrepid Studios is dedicated to developing Ashes of Creation, a open world theme box MMORPG. That's your mission statement or your vision statement. You can move them around. They can be interchangeable, but then that would kind of be your vision statement, and your mission statement would be like some features of the game. But Intrepid's problem is that they didn't know what APOC was. So they've already made this mistake once in the past, and they didn't grow from it. When you asked Intrepid Studios, what's APOC? One person says it's a game. One person says it's a testing environment. Your website says it's both. Anybody that talks to the public should be given, like you should be able to ask Steven, Babbletron, Margaret, Vacnar, Roshan. You should be able to ask any person, and they should all give you the same answer, because that's what talking points are. The problem is Steven calls it a theme box one day, a sand park the other day. I know a lot of people are going to say, well, it can be both. But why the change? Marketing is all the contact with the public. Every bit of contact your company has with the public. Public relations is a very specific slice of that, in which characteristics of your company you're trying to share. Public relations and marketing have two different audiences. Public relations is specifically designed to keep good relations And so public relations are kind of like firefighters. If there's a fire over here, the public relations department is who goes fights that fire. The marketing department doesn't go fight the fire when there's a group of people protesting your game. What's up? The trick to it is public relations people go out and do that. But right now, Intrepid's got their marketing people walking on their public relations people. They've got the community managers walking over the moderators. The moderators are walking over the community management team. It's like, man, it fucking pains me sometimes to look at Intrepid and be like, maybe there's a vision here I don't know. Because maybe there's parts of the map that I can't see. But as a marketing guy, I'm really fucking confused. Marketing walking over designers. Yeah, exactly. To be fair, he only made that mistake once, but it should have been corrected somewhere. Actually, he's done that twice. He's called it a sand park twice. One time he self-corrected immediately, which was good. I gotta walk out of the room real quick. I gotta make sure my daughter's ready for pickup, so I'll be right back. Alrighty. I see the problem. Theme box, sand park, same amount of letters and same amount of syllables. So close and easy to confuse. That's not the problem, okay? So let me show you why you got the problem with what are you calling your game. So what you have here is you have theme park, theme box, sand park, sandbox. Now everybody knows what a theme park is. This is WoW. This is Final Fantasy 14, right? And everybody knows what a sandbox is. This is Minecraft. This is Rust, DayZ, right? 7 Days to Die, right? And obviously I've put those at the polar opposites. Now, in truth, these games shouldn't be on top of Mortal Online 2. We'll put Mortal Online 2 over there. Now, these games shouldn't be on top of Sandbox because they're not 100% Sandbox. For example, 7 Days to Die needs to move this way a little bit because 7 Days to Die has Bedrock. 7 Days to Die has radiation zones. I can't do anything I want because the world isn't infinite. So the ultimate best sandbox game is Minecraft, but even that, Minecraft shouldn't be at 100%. Minecraft should be at about 98%, right? Now, the problem is, some of you are going to say, well, where's EVE Online in all of this? Well, if I create a category called Sand Park, then EVE Online should really be the textbook definition of a sand park. Sand park, there's lots of sand. There's lots of sand. There's lots of themes, but I'm still restricted by rules. And rules are over here, and no rules are over here. So what's one of the rules of EVE Online? I have to move from system to system through a series of gates, or I have to previously have moved a Sino, and then only some ships can jump utilizing a Sino. So EVE moves out of Sandbox to Sand Park, and I don't think any game defines Sand Park better than EVE Online. which is why Intrepid needs to sit down and have a marketing meeting, an advertising meeting, a public relations meeting, an outward facing meeting, right? So, wouldn't most games be non-sandbox? Yeah. So the thing is, if you create this sand park category, then all of these games start to move down to that new category, which is fine. But if you're gonna say we just created two new words, we created theme boxes and we created sand parks, then Ashes doesn't want to try to be competing for both of these terms. Ashes wants to compete for this term. Because if you're going to define the term, if you're going to create it, if you're going to innovate it, then you own theme box. But as long as you're trying to be both of these things, right? As long as you're trying to be both of these things, EVE Online kicks you right out of Sand Park. Ashes of Creation is not more Sand Park than EVE Online is. Why? Let's just compare one feature. If you siege a node, you can only siege nodes during prime time. So this is a rule. We've got a prime time. In EVE Online, you can siege anytime. The emergent gameplay, yes, absolutely. How much is emergent gameplay a factor? EVE Online is way more emergent. I think this is way too technical for the general demographic. It's not. It is right now because of what Intrepid is doing. Because Intrepid's trying to create two new terms and sit in 1 foot in each. Let me tell you, confusing consumers is basically what marketing is. I tell you guys this all the time on the show. My background in marketing, the best thing I can tell you is marketing is a magic trick. Marketing is a magic trick. It is to get you to believe something at the end of the trick that you didn't believe at the beginning. You've got the pledge, the turn, and the prestige. The prestige is when I get you to do something. Sign up for that mailing list, return your warranty card, join a Discord, subscribe to a YouTube channel, follow a Twitch channel, follow them on Twitter, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Snapchat. All of those are marketing. Because I'm getting you to do something other than make a purchase. If my end goal is to get you to make a purchase, I'm not doing marketing, I'm doing advertising. Advertising is 100% nested inside of marketing. It's a specialized form of marketing with the objective to be a sale. If the objective is anything other than a sale, it's marketing. Now, I like to put public relations in marketing. It's completely fair to take public relations out of marketing and make it its own thing. I just prefer to put public relations in marketing. I like to call public relations a specialized form of marketing, like a special ops unit that does specific types of marketing to specific groups. But where do Arcage and Lineage fit? Okay, so Arcage, I think I would put Arcage to the right of theme box. I would put Arcage a little to the right of, and I'd put Lineage 2. I would put Lineage 2 closer to Sand Park than theme box. But at the same time, it depends. Arcage could very easily also go here. Because there's very little emergent gameplay. So the problem is, yeah, I think on second thought, I think Arcage would go between theme park and theme box. Because Arcage doesn't have a lot of sandbox features. Sieges are once a month or once every 3 weeks. There's not a lot of player objectively held content. There's not a lot of players shaping the world. Lineage 2 then would go over here as well. Revelation Online would go there. BDO would go there. Yeah, games that you can't control a lot of features, they have more rules. Remember, our two mile markers are rules versus no rules. I think those games all have way more strict set rules. For example, Arcage has castle sieges on the 3rd Sunday on a rotation, while Ashes has castle sieges on the 3rd Sunday or 4th Sunday in rotation. Node sieges can happen anytime. So I think Intrepid really needs to just jump in on Themebox. Abandon ever calling Ash as a sand park. Coin the phrase Themebox. Own it. Jump on it. And then all of your okay, so what's our number one priority right now? Mission statement. The next 60 days is getting everybody in the company on everybody on the same note. World events shouldn't be what defines sandbox features, like a lot of these companies are doing. If it's implementation and feature, then it's the opposite. No, the problem is that it has to be. And here's why. Because you're saying that a sandbox should have absolutely no rules, and you're right, but nobody can design that. That cannot be designed. That cannot be designed, because it's impossible. Right. So keeping in mind that what we're trying to do is impossible. The top level. Can I build a true sandbox game? No. If it was possible, the community would destroy it, willingly or not. Yes. So if I can't build what is the ideal state, what I can build gets the terms applied. Is really the core of it. I can't build a sandbox. I cannot build a sandbox. Because if I could build a sandbox, then in theory I could load into the game, build a gun, walk up and shoot you in the head. Now you could turn around and say, well, there's no black powder. Sure, but there better not be anything I can use to simulate black powder. I don't use acronyms. I don't know what your acronym means, so don't use it. It can always go further down the rabbit hole. You'll have full destruction of blocks with Minecraft, but then let's take that down to the voxel level. Yeah, exactly. It's a server name. Okay, it's a Minecraft. I would have no idea, because I have no idea what that server is. So I would say no, because I have no idea. Has 0 rules, even cheats are allowed on it. Full anarchy. Okay. I put Minecraft as the #1 sandbox game. So yes, if it's Minecraft, I would call it a sandbox game. What would I classify old school RuneScape? A theme park. What emerging gameplay does old school RuneScape have? It doesn't. It follows a very, very linear series of themes. So much so that it's a theme park. This is the point of the show where I want to make sure that nobody doesn't understand why a theme park is called a theme park. And I'm not trying to be a smartass. I want to make sure that everybody, like, this is the teacher in me coming out. Does everybody know why a theme park is called a theme park? I'm not trying to be a smartass. Okay, I'll explain a theme park. Let me explain a theme park. And for this I need to get... No, it has nothing to do with linear gameplay. That's a result of it. But I'm going to show you why it's called a theme park. Because there's actually a reason why it's called a theme park. Because it emulates. No, puzzles, tricks to perform. No, that's not why it's called a theme park. I didn't ask if you knew. I asked if you didn't know. What is going on? Are we just not popping these hives fast enough? These nests? I don't like this map. This map actually requires us to pay attention. All right, I'm gonna come down here. I'm gonna kill everything. Kill it all. Yes, that's me getting the work done. 36 kills. That's the boss. Sometimes the boss just has to show up and get the work done. 36 kills is this. 41 kills. I'm giving myself the MVP award. I'm almost dead. Where's my heals? 46 kills. I'm doing work. doing work here. Only a few people are placing units. No, we had lots of units placed. We had lots of units. Not everybody plays. The problem is that, oh yeah, I got what you're saying. Yeah, the problem is that we have a large viewer count, but not everybody plays Stream Raiders. Yeah, that is part of the problem. Again, Brawley, I didn't ask you if you knew. I didn't ask you to define it. I said, do you know what it is? I said, I didn't say, do you know what it is? I said, do you not know what it is? Let me do my job. I got this. This is my show. I got it. Okay. So if you did, I wanted to make, if everybody said, yeah, I know, then I wouldn't have to cover this. Here's why it's called a theme park, right? Because it's modeled after, believe it or not, theme parks. Okay. So here's the Magic Kingdom in Orlando, right? Magic Kingdom in Orlando, when it opens that day, it has stuff to do. It has primarily rides and shows. These are called attractions. So when you enter, there is a linear order to which you can do things. Now, you can skip some stuff, but you can't skip walking through the areas. So if you want to get to Fantasyland, you must walk down Main Street. There's no option here. You enter the park through the front. You can choose to bypass all the shops on Main Street. You can do that. But when you do that, you're walking through a theme. You're walking through Main Street. Now you get to the castle. You can go left to Liberty Square, you can go straight ahead to Fantasyland, or you can go right to Tomorrowland, right? But what you can't do is there is no way for you to get to Frontierland immediately. You must go through other content. So in the Magic Kingdom, Frontierland is endgame because you've walked through all the other stuff. It's the farthest thing away. The answer is in a sandbox, you create your own adventure. In a theme park, your adventure is already set up. The problem with that definition is that now you're saying that there can't be developer-driven content in a sandbox. And until we add in with this definition, I wouldn't classify old school RuneScape as theme park. You can max out without doing any content. How do you max out in how do you max out anything in old school RuneScape without doing any content? What did you do to level up? The problem with the idea that theme or sandbox, you create your own adventure, means again, we're gonna move on a linear fashion. Sandpark is now rules. This is dev content. If you want to stay in the starting area, you can the whole time. And do what? Like, I'm gonna challenge you. In EVE Online, you can max out a ton of skills without ever leaving the station. You can literally log in without having the money to buy a single skill book. You have a bunch of skills that you can level up without ever doing it. See, in EVE Online, you do that without ever doing anything. But if you're saying that if you want to stay in the starting area the whole time, you again dodged the question. What are you doing to level up, or what are you doing to max out anything in old school RuneScape? Getting hacked in RuneScape is a good way to level your stats to max. Not dependent on what you do, you enter. Only that there's not dependent on what you do when you enter, only that it is there built prior to entry. No. See, if you say a sandbox, there should be no developer content, because that's what the early definition is. That's what the early definition of sandbox is. All player made content. So you see how as we move from the 2000s to the 2010s to the 2020s, these terms and these rules are getting changed. They're evolving, which is what they're supposed to do. They are supposed to evolve. So back to the whole, Intrepid needs to call their game a theme box. Intrepid needs to stop ever calling their product a sand park. Because when they call themselves a sand park, they immediately fall victim to, well, isn't EVE Online a sand park? And your game doesn't look anything like EVE Online. Call it a theme box. What other game is a theme box right now? What other game could literally jump in and say, we're a theme box too? I don't think anybody can. Arcade isn't a theme box. Arcade is a theme park with a couple of bits and pieces. Emergent gameplay is the best factor, I think, to subject towards sandbox. No, because what's emergent gameplay? Emergent gameplay doesn't move you towards sandbox, because emergent gameplay could be sieges and node control like New World has. New World allowing players to be governors is emergent gameplay. But the methodology of that isn't, the methodology there isn't sandbox. They're themes. The sieges are at scheduled times. There's only a certain number of people who can get involved with them. New World is Ashes Light because their sieges over their towns are 50 versus 50. In Ashes, there is no limit to the participants in a node siege. Emergent gameplay is gameplay created by interaction, not content. Emergent gameplay cannot exist. Again, we've already been here. You're trying to use definitions that can't exist because we can't create a pure sandbox. We cannot create a pure sandbox. So you need to stop trying to force emergent gameplay as the defining factor, because you can't do whatever you want in games because the game has to allow. There are no limiters to force you to travel the next area. Unlike WoW, no, you've skipped the question 5 times now. Don't give me an answer to the questions I'm not asking. Give me an answer to the question I am asking. You're in the starter area. What do you do to progress in the starter area? If the answer is kill mobs, you're doing content. But part of the problem here is half the people aren't going to understand what we're talking about. You've wanted to answer every question other than the one I've asked. Killing mobs is content. So you didn't skip any content. You're just doing the same content over and over and over again. So in the example for old school RuneScape being a theme park, you walked into Main Street, you walked into the first store on Main Street, and all you do is keep shopping in that one store. You've still engaged with the gameplay loop. You've just done it over and over and over and over and over again. Your theme, your ride and attraction is the first shop, and you're just riding it over and over and over again. Very simply, I could say it's the same as when you encountered the first ride. Instead of riding all 30 rides in the park once, you rode one ride 30 times. That doesn't change what it is. But now back to the emergent gameplay being the defining factor. Emergent gameplay has to have a set of rules to follow. Otherwise, you end up with games like Atlas. There's a CCP video that describes emergent gameplay I was talking about. I don't need you to link me the emergent gameplay for EVE Online, because the CCP video doesn't describe emergent gameplay. The CCP video describes emergent gameplay in EVE Online. And I've already said that EVE Online is not a sandbox. EVE Online is a sand park. EVE Online has a lot less freedom than other games that are out there. EVE Online has a series of rules. Can I just automatically learn Titan piloting? No, I have to buy the Titan piloting book. So because a sand park is no rules, as I come down this way. When I think about that, I move 7 Days to Die closer to sand park because now you have to get the schematics. He wants you to answer the question. In old school RuneScape, how do you gain skill XP without leaving the starter zone? That's the question. You can choose to do the quest, but it's not necessary. No, stop. He clarified the question. I don't log into old school RuneScape and get XP. Having to buy something rather than crafting eliminates sandbox. Yes. Yes. What is hard to understand about having to do something? I'm out of here. Okay. Here, I'll do you a favor. You don't ever have to come back, because I already acknowledged to you, we can't build a sandbox. See, you're the kind of person that doesn't want to have a discussion. You want to try to force other people to your line of thinking. And if you want to do that, you need to be the streamer. That's what the streamer does. The streamer is the person that guides the discussion. I already said to you, we can't build a sandbox. I already acknowledged that. So as we move it down, games have to exist on a series of rules. Can you siege systems in HiSec in EVE Online? No, you can't. You can't. EVE Online is not a sandbox. You can't do whatever you want. You can't kill people in HiSec without a security penalty. You can't kill people in low-sec without the security penalty. You can kill people in null-sec all day long. EVE Online is not a sandbox. EVE Online doesn't allow me to log in and say, I want to start studying Titan piloting right now. I have to work my way up there. I have to follow a set of rules. If I want to be a Titan pilot, I got to be able to pilot a whole fuck ton of other... Hold on. Let me actually find out how long it is. In EVE Online, if I want to pilot a Titan without using skill injectors, because I don't like the idea of skill injectors, it is 400 days. It is over a year. It is over a year of following a very particular path. If EVE Online was a sandbox, I'd be able to just jump into the Titan. The Titan would be like, yeah, I'm a piece of shit because you don't have all these prerequisite skills. You can now. It was added in, and the Goonies crashed and turned a system to low sec. That was the linchpin of fighter hauling in high sec, and they took it over. Okay, then that's a change that I wasn't aware about. So that moves them closer to sandbox. Then if you can conquer high sec and low sec systems in EVE, that's making a good move to making it more sandbox. So good on them. I think that's the problem. There are sandbox elements, and that's confusing. You haven't even gotten to my, like, I don't know why you're off on all the other side parts. I've asked you repeatedly, what is the content you do in the starter area? What is the content you do in the starter area in old school RuneScape? That's the only question I want you to answer. I don't know why you refuse to answer that question. All these other sidebar questions are just distracting you. Until you answer that question, you can't make any progress on your understanding about how old school RuneScape is a theme park. Yeah, but it doesn't matter if you answer it. The person has to answer it. The person that doesn't understand. See, now the person that doesn't understand is off having a sidebar, talking about leveling up in order to get to the next weapon. I still want an answer from the person, how do we level up in old school RuneScape in the starter area? That's what I'm still waiting for my answer for. And I don't want the answer from anybody but the person. Because it doesn't do the person any good if you guys answer the question. Basic gameplay loot at the smallest increments. Yeah, guys, everybody who's given an answer, because I got somebody used viewer points. So, somebody used viewer points to end the discussion. But in the future, guys, I don't want everybody else to answer the question. If I'm asking a viewer a question, it's just like Browley started talking and Browley was wrong. Browley's a content creator. Browley needs to go make Browley's content on Browley's stuff. No, we're unfortunately we're already too late. We're already past the point. A viewer wants to end the discussion, and that's their right. But in the future, if I ask you a question, The only value you're going to get out of my show is if you answer my question. When you dodge my question and you start to derail my show, that becomes problematic. I asked the same question 5 times. Answer my question. Don't get involved in sidebars because you went 97 ways and people can't follow. I'm asking you a question. So answer the question. Moving on. Oh, let's see. Anything good on the Reddit? Anything good on the Reddit for Ash as a Christian? What just happened? What happened was I asked you a question 5 different times. Yet you got involved with sidebar conversations. You refused to answer my question. And so the conversation got lost. If I ask you a question, answer my question. Don't start having sidebar conversations because you convoluted the entire discussion. So, and then a viewer got frustrated and said, we're done. My viewers have the right to end a discussion. So, jump on the Reddit. First one. What was my stance on the live stream? There's my recap video on the live stream. I thought the live stream was really, really good with the usual suspects of I don't know why Intrepid continues to do the things that they do really bad. And honestly, Intrepid is trying too hard to build hype. What I mean by that is Intrepid needs to recognize the fact that they have lost. They have hemorrhaged, right? They have hemorrhaged. What's a shame? They have hemorrhaged viewership. Well, they've hemorrhaged viewership because Steven, what Steven doesn't realize is, and I get it, Steven is, got to come to the conclusion that, the shit that he says isn't funny to everybody. The shit that he says is condescending to fan base, right? And people say to me, well, you say Steven's condescending, you're condescending. Yeah, but I'm not trying to make an MMORPG where I need hundreds of thousands of players and customers to keep my game afloat. Like the trolling about the mounts video or the comments that he makes about it's another mount video. Well, why do you think you're I saw a tag and answered someone and thought you were speaking generally. You didn't even answer the tags that people sent to you asking you the question. But I said to you, what do you mean you thought I was speaking generally, not directly? You're the one who said you don't have to leave the old school RuneScape starter area, and I said 5 times. 5 times. How do you level without leaving the old school RuneScape starter area? You didn't answer it. So that's why it got called done. We're finished. And by the way, I've now told you 3 times it's finished. Was an honest mistake, and that's fine. There's no harm, no foul. But when you say this is the shame, another viewer got frustrated and shit canned the conversation. So let it go. Don't mention it again. But I think the problem is Steven doesn't recognize Steven's not funny to everybody. There's a time and a place to be lighthearted, and there's a time and a place to be serious. And I don't think Steven knows these things because I don't think Steven has the background in business, right? And I'm not trying to be mean. Steven didn't work his way up through a corporate structure, right? Steven, haha, yet another mountain video. Us, why are you making light of an actual community complaint? This right here is exactly it, right? I can't even do it because feature chat is so buggy as shit. But that is exactly the problem, right? When you think that everything you say is comedy gold, right? And you don't understand. Oh, I can't log in right now. When you think everything is comedy gold, and I liken this to, the rich person problem. it's Steven's game, it's Steven's company, it's Steven's world. But the thing is that in order for this to be a success, they're going to need to have, what? I think I did the math. About 700,000 monthly customers is what they're going to need to have. Well, right now, and I'm being serious, the shit that Steven says pisses people off. And the more people that get pissed off, the more people that get pissed off, the negative feelings travel 10 times further than positive feelings. And if you guys want to know what I mean by that, how often do you tell the story about the good stuff that happens to you versus how often do you repeat the story of the bad stuff that happens to you? Most of you will tell every single person for a week, if something bad happens to you from a company, you'll tell 10 people that story. Well, if those 10 people each tell one person, then your bad experience has resonated to 30, or sorry, your bad experience has resonated to 20 people now, right? Watch your local news. Yeah, exactly. Why is the local news always filled with negative? Because negative sells, negative travels. I do want to bring, I want to bring that. I want to bring that, and I want to bring that. Let's talk about some of these things. Agreed. Would like a little bit more professionalism from Steven, although I enjoyed Margaret overstepping a lot less. Flowed nicely. Yeah, I'm glad that Margaret stopped because it made the live stream 86 minutes instead of 126 minutes. You don't need to recap something somebody just said. You only, as you can see, I have 4 monitors up here. What should happen is the only time there should be a need for a clarification, Margaret should have a screen that is input only from the other community managers, the other people on her team. And then they should be feeding Margaret misspeaks. For example, when Steven said that the Vec were going to be the same height as the humans. Well, Lex, myself, Shaz, Unknown, a handful of other people should be in a chat channel with the community managers where we know that the only thing we're allowed to say in there is, hey, that's a misspeak. That doesn't line up with what you've said previously. So we talk to the community managers, then the community managers feed that into Margaret and they say, hey, Margaret, we're getting reports that Steven just said on the live stream that the Vec aren't going to be the shortest race, but previously the Vec were going to be the shortest race. And then that's when Margaret says, hold up, when Steven finishes talking, when Steven finishes talking on his point, he says, Margaret says, oh, Steven, by the way, a request for clarification has come in. You just said that the Vec were going to be as tall as humans, but previously you've said that the Vec were going to be the shortest race. Can you provide some clarification? That's what Margaret's job should be. Margaret's job should be getting information from her team filtered up. Like when Steven said, you need to be a citizen in order to get housing, and that caused a big hubbub. The problem is that soundbite is forever out there. I still run into people who tell me Ashes 101 is wrong, and I'm like, nope, Steven clarified that. And the problem becomes the problem becomes you can never unsay something. So that's where the clarification should be. Not Steven finishes a sentence out of his mouth and then Margaret feels the need to talk. You're the host of the show, but Margaret's a Twitch partner. She's used to being that, and that's not what she does now. The plethora of inside jokes creates a separation for me. This is an important point. Hold on, I gotta tell my daughter to put her sweatshirt on. I understand that there is a mentality that they want to have a friendly banter back and forth. And that's for one type of show, but not for a developer update. Now, maybe Steven, maybe Margaret, maybe Intrepid Studios doesn't care, right? Maybe they don't care. But the number of people who continue to say stuff like this, like, great, you talk about your potlucks. Why is your viewership down to 3,000 when it used to be pushing 7,000, 8,000? It's because nobody gives a shit about potlucks. If you want to talk about that stuff, then do a very rock solid 5 to 10 minute, do a very rock solid 5 to 10 minute recap for the month without going off on rabbit holes. Boom. Here's your 10-minute update. Now you chop that up, you put that 10-minute update up on YouTube on its own, and now your Twitch show gets its numbers, and your Twitch show gets its numbers, your YouTube, you have a video on YouTube, same thing that I do when I do a Twitch segment. I pull the Twitch segment out, I put that up on YouTube, I put the whole stream up on YouTube. I mean, these are the things that build for success. So, I completely agree. We need to see some more serious discussions on the live streams, like talking about community issues and complaints that paying customers are having with the content they are putting out. No, not at all. Why? Because you're not a paying customer yet. You are not a paying customer yet. The service isn't live. The game isn't live. You're not a paying customer yet. You bought stuff, but really, the majority of the community issues and complaints, I would say 10% of the concerns and complaints that come out of the community are valid. The other 90% are filler. I want, this is what I want. Though most people can't articulate why their concern is a concern. It's what I want. My immersion, brah. This will be opinion, but would you rather have the VEC be small or average sized? Well, my answer to that is, I wish that they would make a decision and stop. I wish that we would stop having situations like this where we get these radical changes. We get the radical change from the VEC is going to be the shortest race to the VEC stature is going to be the shortest race. See, my big concern is, why are statements being made that aren't direct coming out of the game design document? Like, if Margaret is to be believed, people make mistakes, but there's a lot of mistakes happening. There's a lot of mistakes happening. There's a lot of misspeaks happening. Like, again, I know that it makes me the jerk for bringing it up multiple times, but this tweet going out is indicative of a process problem. This tweet going out is indicative of not putting more than one set of eyeballs on things. This tweet going out, to me, gives me a large amount of concern, because that's the left hand and the right hand not knowing what the other one is doing. And that's bad. That is a company, that is an organizational health issue to me. That's went out a month after they realized their mistake. Okay. And then the excuse was, well, we plan our shit out 6 months in advance. And I laughed and was going to ask if I have my own merch. Yes, down below. I've got my own merch down below. I've got a Teespring panel down there with all my goodness. I don't think I have my hoodie in here. No, my hoodie's in the other room. I got my Patches hoodie with me. So, I mean, who are we to dictate how they run their shows? You know who we are? We're the community. That's who we are. That's who we are ultimately. And let me tell you who we are to dictate how they run their shows. Where are the other 4,000 people that used to tune in? Have you looked at their metrics? Have you looked at their numbers? Why did they bleed half of their live viewership? So, did I apply to be an Ashes of Creation content creator? Yes. They asked for feedback constantly. Believe it or not, folks, and I know that this doesn't make people incredibly happy. This I know doesn't make Margaret incredibly happy. Did you know I'm only doing the job? I'm only doing my job as I have been tasked by Steven to do, which predates Margaret's arrival at the company. None of what I do for my show is not what Steven not only expected, but wanted, because I keep him honest. Steven knew what was going to happen. Steven knew me as a Arcage content creator. He knew what was going to happen. The thing is I have never said I have had one factual mistake in a video, and in the description of the video, I detailed out my mistake. I've made one factual mistake in a video. I did a specific video when something I'd been saying for years was wrong. I did a video to say this is my fault. Don't think it's because of their bad live streams. Yes. What are you talking about? They lost 50% of their viewership on their live streams. And that's not a result of their bad live streams. Come on now. Come on. Let's if we're going to throw troll bait out there, let's at least, that's bait. Let's at least have better bait. You're going to need better bait, mate. Their live streams, live viewership is suffering because of something other. No, it's suffering because of their bad live streams. They lost viewership because Alpha 1 came out surely. You're right. They did. However, why is Alpha 1 came and went? Why do we just say we can't retain that? Why can't we retain the numbers? The reason why we just give up and say we can't retain the numbers is because it's going to be hard. I'll tell you right now, without a doubt, if they actually focused on what the customers want instead of what they want to show, they would be doing infinitely better on their live streams. They would be doing infinitely better in their marketing. They would be doing infinitely better of their advertising. Here, I'll give you an example. Ready? There is absolutely nothing wrong with the owner of a company saying it's this way because I want it this way. There is nothing wrong with that. I'm going to say it a third time so people hear me. There is nothing wrong with the owner of a company saying, I want it this way because I'm the owner of the company. With that said, when it gets brought to your attention and you say the reason I keep the paywall in place for our cash shop is because I like the exclusivity of the cosmetics being behind a paywall. Fine. But then when you tell the story about how you burned through $700 trying to get a particular mount, and then they released the company released the mount the next month for $10 in the cash shop, and it doesn't resonate with you that your average customer doesn't have rich people money. First of all, that's a fucking embarrassment of a story to tell. That's you basically saying I'm rich and you're not. There is no point to tell that story, right? The way he tells it. So and then when you get asked, why do you keep the paywall in place? You say, I keep the paywall in place because I like the exclusivity. Okay, but your community isn't rich. Hold on, let me. Here, let me. Oh, it doesn't. It didn't do it. Yeah. I'll do it this way. this other app that I've grabbed doesn't work. I gotta figure out if I'm doing something wrong with it. It doesn't grab the images the way I like. It always doesn't seem to grab the one that I need. So this is what Steven said about the paywall question. I personally like the limited nature of sales for a higher degree of exclusivity. From a business standpoint, we would generate more revenue the lower the barrier of entry into monthly cosmetics. But as a collector, the exclusivity is nice to count on. The cosmetics aren't made as a mean to generate revenue. They are part of the process of creating the world, and those who want to partake have the option. Shut the fuck up, okay? Honestly, shut the fuck up. What the fuck do you mean that your cosmetics aren't a means to generate revenue? If they aren't a means to generate revenue, then why in the fuck are the cosmetic packs so expensive? Why are the full body cosmetics $25? Why are the Freehold cosmetics $25? Why are the Caravan cosmetics $25? Why are the boat cosmetics $25? This is one of those times where, what the fuck are you talking about? Big old middle finger to the average consumer. You know what? That is 100% the problem here that Steven doesn't recognize. This is a big old middle finger to the average consumer, because in order to buy individual cosmetics, you must put down at least $250. Okay. $250 for Steven is front pocket money. $250 is the money that the man has in his front jeans pocket. That's not even wallet money. And I'll say that Steven probably doesn't even carry cash on him, right? Could this stem an issue that Steven is loaded? Yes, that's exactly the problem. That's exactly the problem. He should have said, thanks for creating the content. He should have said, thanks for supporting creating the world of Ashes. Everyone makes mistakes. It's not malicious. No, the problem is it's not malicious because it's not out of the way to be mean, but you got to factor in the fact of you're rich, the rest of your community is not. So I like the limited nature of the sales for a higher degree of exclusivity. From a business standpoint, we would generate more revenue the lower the barrier of entry. But as a collector, the exclusivity is nice to count on. The cosmetics aren't a means to generate revenue. They're not? Then why the fuck are they locked behind a $250 paywall? Why, after being locked behind a $250 paywall, I'm sorry, I take that back. Why are they locked behind a $375 paywall? Because if you want to be able to buy all 6 cosmetics, you have to pay $375. So if they aren't designed to generate revenue, why are they so damn expensive? It's even more expensive for the EU because of the VAT costs. All right, I feel the need. I need to do this like I always have to do. Do not blame Intrepid for your VAT problem. VAT has nothing to do with Intrepid. VAT has to do with your country. Unfortunately, the way VAT works, VAT sucks for Europeans doing business with an American company. What's wrong with generating revenue? Nothing. Have you ever once told man, here's the thing. If you can fucking tear down a paywall, if you can tear down a prohibitive paywall and raise more money for your company, what the fuck are you not? Why are we having this conversation? Your customers want the wall taken down. You can make more money taking the wall down. More money means you have to put less of your money into it, or it means you can have more workers. Okay, take down the paywall. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it right now. Let's take down that paywall. That way you can go up to 250 developers. Maybe not that many. Maybe you could have 200 developers. What are we doing here? You didn't pay tax. No. Wouldn't it still be exclusive if they lowered the paywall? Yup. Because it's still a fear of missing out. It's still a limited time only offer. So what's the problem? You sell twice as many? You've said that you're going to be one of the largest and most successful MMOs ever. Okay? And If you're going to be one of the largest and most successful MMOs ever, then what does it matter if double the amount of people have a one-time cosmetic? Mr. Sharif, tear down that wall. I've said that. It's sounding like a lose-lose situation that he likes because of exclusivity. Yep. At the end of the day, I remind people, the privately held company can make whatever decisions you want, but don't expect people like me to sit here and look at a bullshit answer and not call it bullshit. If they spend time on cosmetics and stuff instead of meaningful stuff just so they can sell more, then it's indeed a problem. If it's not about generating money, why do you rotate your cosmetic packs every month? Oh, it's because it helps shape the world. Well, you're right. It does help shape the world, right? And I'm not saying it doesn't help shape the world. But what I'm saying is this. If you were supposed to launch in December of 2019 and it's February of 2022, are you telling me that you actually had it planned that there were going to be duck mounts and duck companions? Or did the duck mounts and duck companions come about because Steven lost the ducks that he was fostering? Don't tell me that you had ducks planned. It just occurred to me that the desire to keep it exclusive to the people who can pay large amounts is concerning attitude that may be a precursor, the idea of shifting perspectives on paying money for advantages or even straight up pay to win. No, I'm gonna shut that shit down right now. I'm gonna shut that shit down absolutely right now. I don't believe there is a one-to-one correlation between keeping cosmetics exclusive and opening up pay to win. Given the fact that Steven hates pay to win, I do not see at all that there is going to be a pay to win feature. Where is my give me a second, guys. I need to find out what's going on. Otherwise, I may have to drive my daughter out of town if my wife's having a hard time getting back. Give me 1 second. Speak of the devil, and she shall appear. So no, I'm gonna shut that conversation down real quick. Exclusivity in cosmetics does not have a one-for-one link at all to pay to win, at all. I think a lot of people don't pay simple on the notion they feel they've been FOMO. I like a catalog of cosmetics. I buy old stuff. I don't care. Wait, I think a lot of people don't pay simple on the notion they feel they've been No, most people don't even realize they've been feared of missing out. Fear of missing out is such a subtle thing that you do it all the time. You do fear of missing out all the time. You just don't realize it. Look. Where are we going, show? Where are we going, show? Thanks. Fear of missing out is a cornerstone of marketing. Fear of missing out and the sunk cost fallacy are both cornerstones of marketing and advertising. Happens all the time. Still think the Santa cosmetic was kind of questionable decision since they claim they don't want anything related to the real world and personally hate it when games copy and paste in without bothering to write lore for it. So let me stop you right there because first of all, I'm a storyteller. I got a GM pen like everybody, like every other storyteller. Please don't have this opinion because this opinion is it's okay if they write some bullshit lore to attach it to, which they did. There's bullshit lore attached to it. If you don't know there's bullshit lore attached to the Santa outfit, then more shame on you because you said if there's lore attached to it, that's okay. Well, they did attach lore to it. There is a lore blurb on that particular cosmetic. Second of all, I don't think the cosmetic in here, for those of you that didn't see the lore blurb, here's the lore blurb on that cosmetic, on the Santa cosmetic, right? So there is a lore blurb on it. My problem with it is, yeah, Steven put out Stufferton, and I was the first person to say this is absolute bullshit. You said you weren't going to put immersion breaking stuff in it. And I am not a big fan of my immersion, but when the company says we're not going to put immersion breaking stuff in and then they do it, see, that's why I'm like, why the fuck are you selling Santa outfits if you say that the cosmetics aren't a path to raising income? See, that's the bullshit I don't like. I like all of your bullshit to line up and be all your lies line up or all your truths line up. But you make a statement that, ready? From a business standpoint, we would generate more revenue the lower the barrier of entry into monthly cosmetics. And why the fuck did you sell if that's how you feel, then why do you have a Santa outfit? Why do you have a Santa outfit in the month of December? That's my problem. I like that cosmetic would have dug brown instead of red, but it's still good, the outfit anyway. Yeah, I have no, again, guys, I am not saying don't sell cosmetics. I'm saying that please stop telling me that it's not about it's please stop telling me, like, you're a business, right? You're a business. You're in business to make money. You're in business to make money. I don't trust any business owner who looks at me and says, I'm not in business to make money. Okay, so if you're not in business to make money, you're WildStar, you're Bless Online, you're Warlords Awakening, you're any one of the four Amazon Game Studios games that have been canceled, you're New World, don't ever... If you are going to be, as a business owner, tell me you're not in business to make money, then I'm going to look at you and say you're in business to fail. You're in business to make money because money makes money. Money making money. It takes money to make money. So what? You're going to reach launch day and then suddenly tell people they got to pay a $32 a month fucking monthly sub because that's what you need to bridge the distance? No, you're in money to make money. You're in business to make money. Now, I've asked Steven specifically, and he's agreed with me. Steven follows the Henry Ford mentality. And the Henry Ford mentality is a company dedicated to service will have only one concern about their profits, and that is that they will be embarrassingly large. If that's the case, then why do you have a paywall? Why do you continue to have a paywall? If it makes your customers happy, let them have it. And I'm going to say this. Is there anybody that's going to stop buying cosmetics because a handful of more people get them? What is the likelihood of you running into your cosmetic? I would actually feel better about myself if I ran into somebody with my cosmetic on. That might make me go to my wherever I have to go to change my full body cosmetic. If I saw somebody with my cosmetic, I might swap to it. You guys know that this is an absolute truth because my original company chibi logo is based on an Arcage set of armor. What's up, Chibs? Been a while since I've seen you. This is the Inquisitor's robes from Arcage. This is my original character was based on Arcage armor, right? I never saw anybody wear this. You know what made me really sad? And I'm not kidding. One of the reasons why I didn't like Arcage is they took this armor out. You can't obtain this armor anymore, right? So, very blue eyes. I know. There's a reason why. It's the one thing I try to do with all my characters. Give them the same color eyes I have. As big as the world is, you may go a time without seeing anyone at all, let alone this bitch showed up in the same dress as me. Exactly. I'd admit I'm a sucker for rare cosmetics wise to try to feel more exclusive. Okay, so I'm gonna grab that. I'm gonna circle back to it in just a second. I'm thinking about that actually. Realistically, how many Santa suits did they sell? I really don't think we're gonna have an army of Santas running around. No. Right. You look like Zombie from Game of Thrones. Creepy. Yeah, that's me. Anyways, I wanna grab this one. I admit I'm a sucker for rare cosmetic stuff to feel more exclusive. Can we be honest with each other for a second? You are not going to feel good about exclusive of the cosmetic that you know you bought with your Visa. Okay? You are not going to feel good and say, "Oh, I feel really, really good about the cosmetic I bought." All right, guys, let's make sure we've got 11 minutes. We don't want to have another fail. I think you're going to feel good about the exclusive cosmetics. The one that you get for being world first on a mayor. You know, the first 5 mayors on a server get an exclusive, not the first 5 mayors, the first 5 metro mayors get an exclusive cosmetic. The first 5 monarchs get an exclusive cosmetic. The best arena players get a cosmetic. The highest ranking bounty hunters, world first for the 8 archetypes per server. So that's server first. Those would be cosmetics that you would be like badass about. Or, you know, they do a Twitch drop drive with Jahlon and you get steampunk, you know, you get the steampunk vibe. Not too much steampunk because they don't have steampunk, but you know, top hat, little duster jacket. You'd be like, that's cool. Depends. I know going in I made a purchase. I am admit it. But the thing is, you're not gonna feel exclusive about that. You're gonna be like, man, I got that with my Visa. But this other one that I earned, yeah, I love the one I earned. I think exclusivity is the most shallow type of status symbol. I agree with you. Be right back. Alrighty, hold on. I realized I didn't do something. I need to send a Fiverr artist a message. So I still don't know where my jazz artist is. He's about to get fired. So exclusivity sells. It's been selling for centuries. Limited time offer. Only 2,000 produced. This isn't just a cup. It's a cup Jesus drank out of. Yeah. I mean, you guys know I've done it several times on my show. I've done the George Carlin advertising lullaby. So, yeah. I must admit, I do love my exclusive cosmetics that I had to fight through 6 forgotten bosses in a special order using a special type of skill to get. Yeah, I mean, I like things that I've earned. I don't like when somebody says to me, like, here's where exclusivity sells. And any of you that have been to an amusement park, right? You've been to like Disney World, you've been to Universal Studios. Universal Studios has an express pass. I will never, ever do Universal Studios again without an express pass. Express pass, I wait about less than half the time for the lines. I will never do Universal Studios without an express pass again. If Disney can unfuck their Genie Plus, I will use Genie Plus. I don't care. I hate waiting in line. So the thing is exclusivity. I actually had some parent get mad at me because I was walking past their family to ride Gringotts. And they said to me, the guy kind of stopped. He put his arm over the line and I was like, the fuck is your problem? He's like, do you feel good about yourself knowing that you're walking ahead of all these people that have been waiting in line for over an hour already? And I looked at his arm and I said, can you move? And he moved his arm and my kids walked past, my wife walked past. I looked him dead in the eye and I said, yes. Yes, I do. Okay, because I know how to game the system and I know how to get my express pass for basically free. So Disney needs to go back to the original Fast Pass. No, you know what Disney needs to do? And I'm being serious. Disney needs to recognize Disney is already so fucking expensive that Disney needs to not have any Fast Pass system. Okay? Disney needs to not have any Fast Pass system. Disney needs to realize you paying it through the nose to go in the park. They should keep the total number of guests in attendance low so all the ride lines stay low. The original Fast Pass was free. You just went and punched a ticket. Yeah, but here's the problem with that, right? The problem with that is then you're always okay. So Karthos, if what you're saying, if what I think you're saying is they need to go back to the original Fast Pass system, so everybody is basically making reservations for rides. Yeah, but the problem with the Fast Pass system was you're in line for one ride and you have a reservation when you get off that ride to another ride, and if everybody is doing that, then that makes all the lines equally long to all, you know what I'm saying? They need to just keep the total number of people in the park as manageable. Like the Velocicoaster, yeah, the original system was limited to one pass at a time. But what I mean by that is I go up to the Haunted Mansion right now at 1:36 Eastern. So it's 1:36 Eastern. I walk up to the Haunted Mansion. I get my Fast Pass ticket. The line is currently 90 minutes. So I'm told that at 3:06, I can come back for the Haunted Mansion. Well, now I go ride something else. So I'm in line for the dwarves, and that line's only 75 minutes. I ride that, and then I come back, and then I get in my express line, my return time for the Haunted Mansion. All you're doing is creating digital waiting lines. You're not actually making the lines any shorter because one person's in two places at one time. I think it would just be better if, like, for example, my daughter has special needs, so she gets a return time on her Magic Band. We go up to a ride and she walks up and she says, "Can I please have a return time?" We have basically the original Fast Pass. We can have one ride in reservation at a time. Well, that's great for a kid who's likely to have a fucking episode for no reason. That works great. But it still gives me an unfair advantage. And I acknowledge that. It's an unfair advantage. So, okay. You see that Shapeland model? Some guy? No, I didn't. I did not see that. Okay, I gotta give my composer instructions. Where is it? Sorry. I realized if I didn't do this now, then I would forget. And then this guy was really, really patient. Normally I don't forget my composers, but yesterday was did I tell you guys? I did. Oh yeah, I told you guys at the start of the show. I had to go pick up my kid, and yesterday was just a nightmare for me. My wife had one kid at the doctor. Hearts and loves in chat for my kid, my teenager. My wife found her on the bathroom floor. She had an ovarian cyst rupture. She's got 5 more. So, she's got 5 more ovarian cysts. So hearts in chat for my daughter. She's going to be going through a rough couple of spells here. We gotta figure out if they're going to do some surgeries or what. But, he simulated all the different Disney systems. Okay. Oh, what? Whoa. Quiet. Watch this later. Up this over here. Where is it? It moved. So no more jazz? No, we got jazz. What? Oh yeah, people in the NFTs. Did you guys, that Dune thing is still so funny to me. The Dune thing, just comedy fucking gold. They spent $3 million on a Dune book that they thought was going to give them the rights to Dune, and like, no, sorry. That's not how NFTs work, baby. Did I already talk through this post? No, we're getting here now. After the last dev talk and the early look into the racial scaling, I'm curious how Ash's plans... Oh, hold on. We're gonna... did I like the movie adaptation of Dune? No. I think Dune is a great movie. I think Dune is a great movie, but I don't think it's a good adaptation of the book. Because there's a lot of things that they're in the middle of. You're like, what's going on? Because there's things that are said that are the narrator would have spent 6 lines explaining in the book, and you don't have that. You don't have that in the movie. It's a big problem with Tolkien, Sanderson, David Eddings, Martin, a lot of the novelists whose novels are this thick. They don't adapt well to the big screen. So yeah, then we'll flip back. We'll do that other one. I'm gonna be here. I should be here a little bit longer today, just because. And then when my wife brings my daughter home, I'm gonna jump off and hang out with my kiddo. My kids didn't have school today for all of the snow. For all the snow, the 1/16 of an inch, maybe. So, but did anybody think that Black Widow was a great was a great movie, but not a great Marvel movie? So, did I see that one of the major NFT marketplaces admitted that 80% of their NFTs sold on their platforms are scams or frauds? No, I didn't, but you know what the funny part about that is that I'm not surprised. I am not surprised at all, because the average person doesn't even know what they're buying. So, yeah. That doesn't surprise me in the slightest. So after the last AOC dev talk, an early look into the racial scaling, I'm curious how Ash's plans to equalize the hurt boxes between them. They previously discussed interest in doing so to prevent everyone selecting the smallest class for an advantage in PvP. It seems like a challenge to make that feel right. Either the Denier, Nakua, and others to a lesser degree are scaled up massively to match the Renkai, or the Renkai way down to human size and they meet in the middle. After playing New World, it was a crash course in how hitbox registry issues can make PvP combat feel wonky and inconsistent. Is there a good way to do this to make it feel good in PvP for the different races that anyone has seen? I wonder if it's not better to leave the hitboxes true to the racial size and scale the races differently to adjust for the ease or difficulty of the race hitbox. The Renkai could naturally be more durable and higher hit pools than the dwarves. Well, yes, that's how it's going to be. Curious what others think. So we talked about hitboxes earlier on in the show, but I want to talk about a different thing about hitbox scaling than we did earlier. And what that is bonuses and penalties. So what you do here is you have a person, and this is midline, right? This is average. This is standard. Now, what you have is on top of that, right? You have bigger, and of course you have smaller, right? So your midline is plus minus nothing. You don't give them any buffs. You don't give them any penalties. For your smaller, right? you do less hit points, less con, vitality, less strength, right? And then you do, for your smaller, you give them more dex, you give them more dodge, and of course, whatever else you want to add. Now, this is first order of effect. Is there a second order of effect? Maybe there is. Maybe strength is tied to backpack size. Maybe constitution is tied to saving throws. There's a lot of things you can do, but the more complex it is, the more detailed you have to have it out. The same thing, the inverse is for the bigger character, right? You would get more dex. I'm sorry, you would get more strength, more constitution or vitality, right? And then you'd get less dex. You'd get more hit points, right? More hit points, more and then less dodge. So the bigger the character, the less likely they are to dodge. The smaller the character, the less likely they are to do that. The thing is that this is still revolving around the idea of hitboxes. You can just ignore hitbox size and put the same for all. No, you can't. You can't do that. And the reason why you can't do that is because action players don't want... Okay, so we talked about it earlier in the show, but I'll repeat it. If you shoot me in the hat, should I take any damage? No, because you shot me in the hat. If you shoot me dead center of the hat and the bullet goes through, I should take 0 damage. But you're going to complain that you hit my hitbox. You're going to complain... You're going to complain that then people are wearing big fucking top hats and sombreros to make you think that you can hit that and do damage to them when truth it's not. So the problem really becomes, how are all your systems going to tie in with each other? I'm sure they will have more time to balance this out through Alpha 2 and the beta phases. No. Again, you should not go into beta knowing you have things left to balance. These are posts, and I'm sorry that people don't like this word, but this is the appropriate word for the scenario. Hold on, I gotta answer my guy. You know. I love when composers ask me that. They're like, does it have to be exactly 180 seconds? No. I'm getting 10 tracks from you. If you go short on a couple, go long on a couple. Beta isn't to balance. I'm sure that betas are balanced and polished. No, betas are not there to balance. Betas are not there to balance, and people think that they are. Beta is not there for balance. Beta is there for fine tuning. Here, I'll tell you what beta's for. Ready? Alpha, you have your game completely put together, but assets, gameplay, and levels are still being tweaked and tuned. Beta, your game is finished and now subject to find bugs, fine-tune gameplay, and deal with any last-minute revisions. You should not be doing combat balancing in beta, because remember, every time you have your characters do every time you have your players do a gameplay loop. Where's my agile thing? When you get all the way through the circle and you get to deployment, okay, you notice that deployment is either delivered to client or the next iteration. If you're making changes to the gameplay, then you don't have a launch candidate. So what should happen is, you should get through the circle, all the changes, all the revisions, all the tweaks, all the turns. Every time you enter deployment, you should truly believe that your game is a launch candidate. Now, one thing that Steven said that I adamantly disagree with him about. Steven said, well, the reason why we need Head Start is in case we need to make any last minute changes. No, bullshit. You don't need Head Start to do that. That's absolutely bullshit. When you do beta testing, and let's say beta testing was going to be the 3rd through the 6th, right? We were doing a beta test weekend, the 3rd through the 6th, so this weekend. Either you get to the end of that beta test and you have to make no changes and you're ready to go, or you need to make changes and then you need to do another beta test. How many times have we seen something where a game had a good last beta and then the launch, you're like, how the fuck did this launch so badly if the last beta was so good? It's because they made changes. They haven't tested those changes. They haven't validated those changes. So, problem I have is tall characters, but some PvP MMOs make it so tall characters have severe disadvantage, so everyone goes small. It will be action. I hope they give tall characters something. No, I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to tell you absolutely right now. They're going to go tab. I don't see them staying hybrid. Not at all. If Kickstarter wasn't supposed to earn money, why did they give the Kickstarter supporters 2 days head start? Again, no, it wasn't a reward. They had people on staff that convinced Steven that you need an early access system. And then what they didn't realize is that early access is pay to win. And so now there's going to be 1 to 2 servers in each region that have Head Start, and that's it. So Head Start servers are going to be the ones that die. I actually figure that the people who are going to play on the Head Start servers are going to play in the Head Start servers to be early streamers, and then they'll move over to a real server. But yeah, we talked about hitboxes earlier in the show. The other one I want to look at is the same. This is one that was a deal breaker for me, and I decided to play Ashes, even with this deal breaker. The class system is interesting, but if I choose tank, then I'm just tank forever. If I want to DPS or heal a dungeon, am I simply not able to respec like I would in WoW? Seems problematic if we don't have that type of flexibility. Well, first of all, you can't change your class in WoW. So, the person doesn't get it. This isn't going to be a game where everybody can do everything. Tanks are tanks and healers are healers. No, not that one. Let's do this one. You say that they will change to full tab. So if they do, talk about hitboxes is useless. Yeah, I think they're going to go to full tab, and then you're not going to have to worry about hitboxes. He did say respec in WoW, and you can respec in WoW. Yeah, except you can't change your class. So the person is, you can respec in Ashes, you just can't change your main. You can roll all classes that are hybrid. All tanks have a DD spec, as do all healers, and some tanks can be healers. Right, except that's the point is mages don't tank in WoW. Wait, see, yes, in WoW you can be like a retribution paladin or you can be a healing paladin. So I'm scared that they will add advantages, disadvantages to character size, and then they will go full tab. And if what again, guys, what Sneckers just said is why there are consecutive tasks and why there are concurrent tasks. If it's tab, it doesn't matter. If it's tab, if they go tab or tab enhanced, then hitbox size does not matter. Right, Faye, you can't change your class. There are pure damage dealers classes that only have the ability to go from strawberry damage dealer to chocolate damage dealer. Yes, that's the thing. That's the meat of the burrito right there. Which if it's Taco Bell, it's oatmeal. If Head Start servers are going to die, the cost for setting them up makes sense. Yeah, I agree. Does hitbox size matter for parkour? So, No. Well, okay. So should hitbox size matter for parkour? Yes. But should there be a lot of things that matter for parkour? Yes. Are you making a parkour game? Yes. Wait, no, we're not making a parkour game. Obviously, if my left shoulder was not completely jacked up, although I never got, you know, completely over the net, like dunking, for a white guy, I used to be able to mostly dunk. You know what mostly dunk is. I'm not power dunking, but I'm basically jumping up to the point where I'm putting the ball. I'm not doing like the Michael Jordan 360 windmill, tongue hanging out from the free throw line, you know, where I can like power dunk. I'm not like power two-handing the dunk. I'm not windmill dunking, but you know, I'm to the point where my vertical was enough that I was basically setting the ball in. Yeah, no elbow through the hoop. None of that, right? Power layup. A little bit more than a power layup, because obviously I wasn't using a layup is traditionally using the backboard, but I mean I was at the point where my vertical was I could set the ball in nicely. If I needed to, if I wasn't anywhere I was going to get yelled at for it, I mean I could jump, I could grab the rim, I could chin up on the rim. I mean, not supposed to do that. Don't do that. It bends the rim, so don't do that to your fellow park shooters. But you know, that's, you know, I could do that when I was 136 pounds. I'm 205, 208 again. There's no way I'm getting my 208 pound ass to grab the rim. Parkour should reflect that. If I'm a small character, you know, there are the exemptions. Spud Webb, BJ Armstrong, short people that can dunk. Yeah, you know, there are short people who can dunk, but the average short person doesn't have vertical hops. Are we making a parkour game though? No, we're not. We're making an MMORPG. I don't think they need to go into that level of realism. Should they go into that level of realism if they get to the point where they can? Yes, they should. Apparently YouTube is doing this new thing with live streams where the video becomes unavailable if too many people are watching a low subscriber count channel. I'm always happy to take random discussions, and as for a content creator, it looks like if it's for live streams under 1,000 subscribers, yeah. It's a good protection measure. It's a good protection measure. You shouldn't be going from, to be real, to be legitimate. Let's be legitimate for a moment. If you have less than 1,000 subscribers on YouTube, why and how would you suddenly magically have a fuck ton of viewers? Doesn't that impact a YouTuber's growth though? No. So no more viral YouTube videos. No, it has nothing to do with that. It has to do with live streaming over to YouTube. Here guys, I want to show you the number. Ready? Look at my channel. I have 9,000 followers and I have 93 viewers. I am 1 for 1 where I should be. Okay? I am 1 for 1 where I should be. Views to viewers to subscribers. This is not to say that a YouTube video can't go viral. A YouTube video could absolutely go viral, but they're not affecting the YouTube thing. They're affecting the live stream thing. Is it possible for you to have 100 followers and have 100 viewers? Sure, if you get rated. But if you didn't get rated and you didn't get hosted, it's really unlikely that you're going to be at a better than a 1% viewer to follower ratio. And so for content creators, I could understand where you seeing that news right off the bat and you're like, well, that sucks. Well, that's one of the things to help motivate you to get to 1,000 subscribers. Like you guys know from my gaming channel, I never promote my gaming channel. I promote a video on it, but I never say, hey, go subscribe. But for PGN Music over on YouTube, where you guys have heard all this music all day, I'm really proud of PGN Music. We had over 8,000 streams last month on Spotify alone. The problem is right now we're not getting paid by YouTube. Google gets to keep all of our advertising money because we don't have 1,000 subscribers. So what I need the Paradoxicals to do is grab that PGN Music link, share it with friends, share it with family, and then tell me what kind of music you want up there. I got jazz, I got trance, I got epic orchestra, I got relaxation music. There's relaxation music on the YouTube channel that's not on the Spotify. So yeah, smash that subscribe on PGN Music. Smash, yeah. Because what did it do? It doesn't cost you anything, and it gets us to 1,000, and then we get paid by YouTube. And then I make more music. I want to remind you guys, I don't make any money from this channel. I don't make any money from any of my content creation. 100% of the money from my content creation goes back into making more music. Is Just a Man here? Is Just a Man? Are you in the audience today? Just a Man gave me some tracks for the next EDM album. I'm really excited. February, we should be getting a bunch of money. Unfortunately, I can't go balls to the wall producing stuff. We need another good month. We need another good month or a good weekend. I'm gonna do Fractured this weekend. I'm gonna do Dying Light. I might do an extra show tomorrow. I might do an extra live stream tomorrow and cover Dying Light. Because I can 12 a.m. GMT in CST. So 6 a.m. tomorrow, I can start streaming Dying Light 2. I might do that. I might add an extra show on tomorrow. So. Oh, yeah, Dying Light 2. And then Fractured on Friday. Fractured on Friday, Fractured on Saturday. Gonna add some extra shows in. Did Stream Raiders put out their February PvP schedule yet? Because that would be nice. If I could plan my whole life. Where's Versus? No, they didn't. So. But it's, hey, we're over 1 o'clock. We're doing a long show today. Only because my wife had to take my daughter to get my daughter was flipping the shit out. My daughter thought she was getting another COVID shot. Gizmo does not do shots. She thought she was getting another shot, and I'm like, no, you're not getting another shot. So, is the up-to-date chart on all class names? I don't know, it's changed over time. That purple one, the purple one isn't official. So, yeah, that purple one isn't official. That purple one is one that somebody wanted to do changes. Yeah. Did I miss it, or did they never show Pyrite armor? They've shown Pyrite armor. Let me grab real quick. Yeah. Not grab. Yeah, they've shown Pyrite armor. Picture is huge. Yeah, but they've shown pyrite armor. This new app that I have for grabbing pictures is not the greatest in the world. I'm not totally in love with it. Yeah, that's really the only pyrite armor they've shown though. They've shown pyrite buildings, but that's the only. That's cosmetics from a monthly pack, yes, but that's still pyrite armor. That is still the overall feel for it. When they put the races on, you can count it as valid. So not that anybody can wear that, and I don't know how that's gonna work. Was there ever any further discussion on trees being able to clear cut an area? No, you can't. At least for a period of time before respawning. One of the details I like in New World is lumberjacking. Hearing the sounds of trees being felled in the distance is really awesome. So first of all, let me tell you this. No, it's not. Because you just used the word immersion. Okay, so you use the word immersion, so why do the trees respawn? The trees should have a growth time. 7 days to die, the trees have a growth time. It's really rapid and accelerated, but they have a growth time. Be careful with the word immersion. People like to throw the word immersion around all the time, but if you're gonna say I'm an immersionist, then every part of that needs to work. So when you've strip cleared a area of trees, it should take weeks for those trees to get to a point where they can be harvested again. Number two, you got to remember what New World's original game design was. New World's original game design was a player versus player full loot drop open world PvP fort building game. The fort building game is important. You needed a lot. You were going to need a lot of lumber. You were going to need a lot of logs. My guild from Fractured will tell you, when we built the Palisades in Fractured, that was a lot of trees. So, New World's lumberjacking is also the reason why there's no value in the economy. Because everybody, like, you can literally walk outside the town and go get 700 trees. A fully destroyable game is great, but then why can't I chop down the building? Why can't I chop down the ships? Why can't I repair one of the ships? That's my problem with it. Immersion is this dangerous word because you're either all in or it's not immersion. It's immersive, but it's not immersion. If you really wanted immersion, you'd need to get a job, make money, and feed your character to keep them alive. Then you should have to go take a dump in a pit behind your house, and your character would get sick and die from the plague. You know, Karthos, it's funny that you say that. In the game that I designed, your character does have a job. Your character doesn't do jobs. Your character doesn't do jobs, and you don't get money based on the quests you do. In the game that I designed, you literally do get a paycheck. If you're a member of this mercenary company, then that mercenary company tells you, if it's an NPC mercenary company, it tells you what the payday is, right? So Tuesdays is the payday. And then here's your rank. And every week your rank resets. So this week you're in E7. No, you don't take a dump in a pit behind your house. I don't feel that you need to have bodily waste in an MMO. I just naturally assume that while I'm off taking a bio break, my character's doing the same. But no, I actually had it set up so instead of you getting... so the economy was more controlled. You joined a mercenary company. You start off as an E1. You do like 75 quests for them, whatever the numbers are. You make E7. Well, you make E7, so for that week you get paid as an E7. If you don't do all the work, the next week you fall in rank or you rise in rank. And I thought that would be an interesting spin on questing, because one of the things people complain about is how easy gold enters the economy. Well, what if on payday you're like, okay, it's payday. Well, what are they're gonna give you 7,500 credits. Okay, so do you buy new armor? Well, one of the things I did there's certain organizations that you literally don't have to repair your armor. You go into the armory, you hand them your armor, they give you armor back. Each week you turn in all of your old gear and they give you a new armor box. They issued you new shit. They also issue you ammo. And every time you finish a mission, they give you an ammo replenishment. That's how I did it. Because I think that would be more immersive than some of the shit we have in games now. So, but you know, I'm crazy like that. That's the planned ideal animation, or idle animation. Yeah, taking a piss and shaking it twice. There's your idle animation. Wasn't that what Scrum got in trouble for? Scrum had some content creators got in some major trouble because they the things that happen with the game. I believe it was one of my fellow content creators. He said, yeah, I can't handle the fact that I nearly lost my channel. Yeah, that's a fat croc. That's a fatty right there, man. I like it. Croc is a little fatty guy. Let's see, we got nothing. What else going on? Nothing else good? Guys, you got anything good? So. Let's see. I wish they would give you a link for that. Hold on. Fractured the day after tomorrow? Yes. All right. Do you mind talking a bit more about Fractured? So first of all, Fractured is an isometric downward-looking MMO. That's the big part people need to recognize. Wasn't it published by Gamigo? Yeah, it is being published by Gamigo. The big part about that, though, is I'm not going to condemn the fact that it's being published by Gamigo, because here's the trick question to that. Okay, if everybody wants to say that Gamigo is horrible and they're not going to play a game that Gamigo publishes, you're not going to play very many. You're not going to play very many games, because and what I mean by that is, you're not going to play very many games because every publisher has a bad history. Publishers that have bad history, Gamigo, Tryon, Nexon, My Games, all you can hope is that when they get a different product, when you get a different product, then they try then they try to do better. They try to do better. I mean, how many of you have fucked something up and then never gotten a second chance? I mean, the truth is, if you fuck something up and nobody gives you a second chance, then you have no way to get better. So, am I 100% confident that Dynamite Studios made the right call? No, I'm not. I don't think Dynamite Studio made the right call at all. But what I have to do is, at the end of the day, I have to trust that Prometheus made the right call for his product. Because remember, I don't think Prometheus worked hard for years and years and years with his team in order for them to be like, oh, fuck it, let's just fuck it all up at the 5-year mark. So I have to trust that Prometheus is comfortable, and if he's comfortable, I'm comfortable. Now, with that said, if it's all a big giant fuck up, then it's going to be a big giant fuck up and he's going to have egg on his face. With that said, guys, I was going to stay a little bit longer, but I just got an email. I got some tax documents that need to get resolved, and as it's the window for getting taxes resolved, I need to do that right now. I will see you guys maybe tomorrow. I'm going to see how my daughter's feeling. I'm going to see if my daughter has to be home from school tomorrow. Tamir is fighting with trying to get her swab. She had a 1 o'clock appointment and it's all jacked up. Be on the lookout on my Discord. If you haven't joined my Discord, I try to ping everybody. There's a role that says notify me. Until then, you guys stay safe, especially if you're anywhere near one of these blizzards going to be. Stay safe. No getting into any shenanigans. I will see you guys on Friday, guaranteed, or maybe tomorrow for Dying Light 2.
I say, Sprocket, we've reached the end of another video. Time to thank the sponsors. Yes, that will do, that will do. Shall we pop off for a spot of tea?